Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all of you to the first technological park in Georgia. I would like to welcome ambassadors, and it's a great pleasure to host this event here. Shortly, I would like to say that the countries and representatives of the countries which we have here has a great experience in how to develop startup ecosystem, entrepreneurship, and the experience which will be shared to us will have, it's very important for our country and for our innovation ecosystem. I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Andrzej Sierzkowski, Ambassador of the Poland. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Polish presidency in the Visegrad countries group, I would like to welcome all of you, Excellencies Ambassadors, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Gigiadze, Head of Georgia's Innovation and Technology Agency, Mr. Ilaki Kashibadze, and I would like, first of all, thank you for organizing this event and giving us possibility to be here. I would like to welcome all the participants that are eager to discuss all the topics that our experts brought from 4 countries of Visegrad Group, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. I think that today at this forum, as the Polish presidency in the Visegrad countries group, we can show that Visegrad Group is a well-known brand and successful and a symbol of successful initiative for pursuing joint interest and a strong element of cooperation in Central and Eastern Europe. And during this presidency, new technologies and innovations are one of our main priorities. So the Polish presidency will support further V4 cooperation in the field of science, technology, and innovation, both in the V4 and V4 Plus formats. So our goal is to strengthen cooperation in the V4 Plus formula, and we see a prominent place here for Georgia. I want to remind you that EU has programs which can be offered to plenty of companies in and around Europe and European Union, such as innoV4. It consists of a series of integrated and complementary financing tools and advisory services covering the entire value chain of research and innovation in order to support investments from the smallest to the largest enterprise. I believe that our Visegrad 4 experience in conducting projects funded by European Union related to innovations will turn out advantages for Georgia in obtaining European support and will facilitate the implementation of the agreement of deep and comprehensive free trade area. I would like to say that this event is co-organized by 4 embassies of Visegrad Group at the initiative of the Embassy of Hungary and with the participation of several institutions that I would like to thank for coming to Georgia, to Tbilisi. It is a Ministry of Industry and Trade of Czech Republic with Ms. Elina Lunova, Hungarian National Trade House with Mr. Zoltán Csery, National Center for Research and Development of Poland with Mr. Przemysław Paczos, Drukka with Mr. Attila Szigeti, Startup Hub Poland Foundation with Mr. Maciej Sadowski, Newlogy, Mr. Peter Kolesar, Design Technology, Mr. Gergely Bosormeni. So I would like to thank you all for contributing to this event and hope that all the participants from the Georgian side will benefit from this exchange of experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for kind words. And I would like to ask and give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, Mr. Gigiaz.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Dear Excellencies, Mr. Kashibadze, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start very briefly with my congratulations to the 25th anniversary of the creation of the Visegrad 4 group, where Visegrad 4 proved to be a very important regional entity which within the European Union has always the capacity to speak on behalf of the 4 countries. Today is my pleasure to take part in the opening of this innoV4 plus Georgia and Georgia forum, which is organized for the first time in Tbilisi, and very proud of it. And I would like to use this opportunity and thank all the embassies involved, mainly the 4, the Embassy of Polish Republic, Slovak Republic, Hungary, and of course the Embassy of Czech Republic. I would like to also underline the importance of relations between V4, Visegrad 4 group, and Georgia. We have long-standing, very close cooperation with the group. All the countries in this group support Georgia's Euro-Atlantic integration for many years, and we are very much glad that our cooperation continues further. I would like to particularly underline the importance of the International Visegrad 4 Fund capacity, which sponsors different projects aiming at the strengthening the socio-economic transformation process, also the civil society strength and the local governance. I would like to also not to forget the cooperation in the field of culture and education, which remains also the key between our countries. I hope that during the Polish presidency, our relations with the V4 countries will be even further strengthened and enhanced coming years. I would like to once again thank all the organizers for inviting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to this opening event, and I wish all the participants interesting discussion and of course exchange of very fruitful and useful ideas. Thank you very much. This was very brief.
I want to thank all the presenters and to open the first session where will be the presentations. The first presenter will be our chairman of the Georgia's Innovation Technology Agency. Please, Mr. Rilov.
Thank you. Thank you, and again I would like to congratulate countries, Visegrad Group, the 25th anniversary of its founding. We would like to shortly present you what the governmental role is in terms of innovation and technology development. And please. 3 years ago, government prioritized the innovation field and technology IT field. The Innovation and Technology Agency was created in 2014. This agency's aims is to develop ecosystem for the startups, for the scientists, for innovators to transform more simply their ideas, their research results to the concrete projects. The agency was established in 2014 of May, and it's 2 years after our funding that we started to work. Our main mandate is to create a regulatory framework, and this year Parliament adopted the law on innovation. It's a law which was created from scratch. There was no law that's explaining what the innovation does it mean, and how the process of a cooperation between scientists, businesses and universities have to be in place. And it's a basis platform for development of regulatory framework in the country. Agency actively developing its infrastructure for innovation. We are active in capital of Georgia and also in regions to create, based on universities, based on other entities, especially libraries, innovation centers, and also we are creating technological parks. First technological park was created this year, and in several days, and we will have new technological park in Zugdidi. After this process, we are going to open technological parks in all big cities of Georgia. Yeah, the technological park includes several types of infrastructure. We tried to accumulate all necessary tools for the startups, for the young and not only young entrepreneurs, to make some prototypes for modeling, to get some consulting, how to develop and how to transform the ideas, how to protect the IPs, how to think about the future development, how to marketing their products and services and etc. Now we have fully like the fabrication lab is working for 100%. It's working until 9 o'clock p.m. and we are going to rise the time. Also training center is working actively, co-working space and services. As I mentioned that fabrication laboratories, we started in 2014 and first fabrication lab was created in Ilia State University. Now together with Ministry of Education and also local universities and Tbilisi City Hall, we created already 21 fabrication labs in the country. This concept means that it's easy for all people to transform ideas to the concrete prototypes. The concept was created in MIT, and the main ideas is to transform bits to atoms, to virtual things, to the concrete physical objects and products. On a global conference in Boston, Fab 11, Georgia announced that Georgia will be the first Fab country in the world, especially Barcelona, Amsterdam, and Boston will be, they have an idea to create and become Fab cities. This equipment we are providing free of charge to the startups during the 3 months, and after they have to pay, but the price for the services after 3 months is also less than the market price. This is production. It's a low-tech and also high-tech products. More than 30 startups was already created based on Fab Labs, and we are supporting them to also sell the goods. Especially we are creating different types of fairs in Tbilisi and Batumi, and we are going also to create special fabrication shop for the beginners. Co-working space, it's a place that beginners and small companies could use for the initial stage of the development. And now we have in incubators and in co-working space, more than 25 teams. These companies provided support to the technological park, and they are providing access to the technologies, access to the knowledge which they have according to the innovation and technology development. It's Intel, HP, Epson, Samsung, Autodesk, Cisco. Now, as I mentioned, the startup incubators is on a place, and we are now developing this concept to create startup incubators and accelerators in universities. And this year, 7 accelerators will be created based on universities to provide more broader process of creating of startups in Georgia. This is a plan for developing the technological park. You see the first building, government provided us 60,000 square meters of the land around this beautiful place, and the next 3 buildings will be created soon, but we are going to use public-private partnership, and we are welcome the partners from your countries. If there will be interest, we will be more than happy to partner with them. Innovation laboratories, I mentioned already that we are creating based on universities, and also in the regions based on libraries. Next 2 community innovation centers will be created this month in Baghdad and Joporti. It's also a very interesting point for cooperation between our countries. First biotech center will be created soon. It will provide facilities for the scientists, because we have a great scientific potential in the biotech industry, and we would like to use the knowledge, the experience, to be oriented on concrete demand on the local market and also global market. Creates strong cooperation. We are going to create strong cooperation between industries and these biotech centers, and also creates biotech incubator based on the center. We know that your country has a great experience in the field of biotech, and we will be glad to cooperate in this field and share your experience. Skills and development, skills and capacity building program is on the place. We already trained 240 trainers in IT programming, and they have obligation to train minimum 40 junior programmers. And at 29th of September, we have a job fair that 1,200 trained junior specialists will be presented, and they will have opportunity to find a job, find a partner, and we are welcome to all interested companies and persons to visit this event. This year, government successfully completed the first startup competition, and there was created a venture fund, governmental venture fund, for 11 million lari. Startup fund covering both high-tech and innovative startups, low-tech, oriented on the global and local market, and totally 56 projects was chosen, and 100,000 Georgian lari will be provided to each startups. Except this, to the high-tech startups, we are providing additional 25,000 lari mentorship from Silicon Valley, and after 3 months, we organizing startup days in Silicon Valley to present these startups for the next round of investment to find new investors. Agency providing also mini grants, and matching grants will be available soon. And also technology transfer centers will be created soon based on universities. This project is we are implementing together with United States and its National Agency of Health, NIH, and we transforming their experience to how to transform local innovations to the global market. $40 million US project together with World Bank already started. The project's aim is to create innovation ecosystem in the country, and this is budget for the 5 years. This money will be spent for the infrastructure creation, for the skills and the capacity building, and also for internetization and computerization process. Finally, I would like to say that the process for the technology and innovation ecosystem development was started only 3 years ago actively, and we will be glad to share your experience, your great experience, because all of your countries has a great achievement, especially for outsourcing programming, especially for startup creations, and we'll be glad to have partnership with the companies and people from your countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I would just like to give a floor to Ms. Elina Lunova, representing the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. We'll talk about this, how small and medium-sized enterprises work in the Czech Republic. Thank you. Like this?
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you in this forum. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here and to present Czech Republic and our achievement in the field of support of SMEs. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. As you heard before, my name is Elina Lunova, and I'm coming from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And our department actually is responsible for the all national strategies and activities regarding the support of SMEs. And as Czech Republic is a member of European Union, we are also responsible for some strategic documents from the European Commission, such as the Small Business Act and Entrepreneurship Action and Plan for Europe 2020. So now I would like to present some basic information about the Czech Republic. So as you can see, it is situated in the heart of Europe. It's a very nice city, the capital city of Prague, so we would like to invite you there to look at this. Our neighbors is Poland, Germany, Austria. The capital, as I said, is Prague, and our current president is Mr. Miloš Zeman, and Prime Minister is Bohuslav Sobotka, just for information, if you didn't know about it. But I thought it's quite good to know. And now we can start with Czech Republic industry shift. So as you can see on the right side, there's traditional industries of the Czech Republic, like manufacturing, metallurgy, coal mining, and maybe the most known is glass industry or beer, very known all over the world, such as Pilzeň, Budvar. If you know it and taste it, I hope you liked it. But we are very proud of our traditional products. Anyway, we have also some challenges, especially in those target sectors like nanotechnology, automotive industry, aerospace, energy, ICT, and the main goal of Czech Republic is to promote entrepreneurship, promote entrepreneurial spirit, especially in the field of innovation, new technologies, especially in startups, because small companies and young companies are the future of our economy, as we see it. As I said before, Czech Republic is a member of European Union, so Czech Republic has adopted EU definition of small and medium-sized enterprises. There you can see basic criteria who can be a small and medium-sized entrepreneur. So it means that maximum 249 employees, and there's limits for turnover or balance sheet total. Anyway, we'll ask you who can be an entrepreneur. There's two types of entrepreneurship in Czech Republic. So is it a company or a solo entrepreneur? For example, to set up the new company in the Czech Republic costs maximum 100 euros. It's just on taxation or different administrative fees. It takes about 5 days to set up a new company and to get registration in the main register. What about the sole entrepreneur? You can become a sole entrepreneur based on private license. It takes 1 day to get the license, and it costs about 30 euros to get it. And actually, the second day you can start your own business, small business. Anyway, it depends. Every year, Ministry of Industry and Trade prepares a so-called report on SME development in the Czech Republic for each year. And there's a few figures and main numbers of SMEs from this year edition of this report. As you can see, it's quite a lot, entrepreneurs and firms, and their share on different types of economic shares. If you're interested, you have any questions? So I'll go further. How can governments help to our SMEs? There's different ways how to help SMEs from the point of view of government, of any government. So first is to create a better business environment, means friendly business environment. Means that cut red tapes and cut administrative burdens for small and medium-sized enterprises through legal acts. As I said, it was a big change to cut the fees for setting the new company for 100 euros. It's quite new, but it's a really great idea. And also through cut the taxation, factoring public authorities. Very important for small and medium-sized enterprises is access to finance. Because as you know, it's quite complicated to come to the commercial bank and to present your idea and get really that amount that you need to start your own business. So our government is trying to create different types of programs. I'll tell about this later. How can small and medium-sized enterprises came to the government banks, present their projects, and get this financing that they need to start their business or to grow. It's very important. And there's also other services like advisory, coaching. We can share with you some examples, like we have e-government website where you can find questions and answers on typical life situations. So, for example, if you don't know how to start your own business, you can visit this website and you'll find what should I do if I want to be a sole entrepreneur, and there is answers. So where you can go, what do you need, and how long it takes, for example, and how many it costs. On the other side, there's special programs for startup companies. They provide services with coaching that firm will take. Special coach which will provide these services to this company, helping them with organization of their business, with taxation information, to promote their business abroad, and how to grow. And on the next slide, I will present you some strategic documents that Czech Republic set up for our small and medium-sized enterprises. The most important is the concept of support for small and medium-sized enterprises for the period 2014 and 2020. This concept was adopted by the government of the Czech Republic, and it consists of many measures focused on SME helping. So in this concept you can find all our strategies. So what we are going to do, how we're going to help to our SMEs. Please contact in the end of my presentation. You will see the links to our websites where you can find it. I hope it's also in English, so you can download it and to get into touch with this concept. The second one is International Competitiveness Strategy for the Czech Republic 2012 to 2020. Because of globalization, we should think global and to help our SMEs to go abroad, to be innovative and competitive into the foreign markets, and it helps how to develop new space for the innovation, for the development, and to creation of new connections abroad, and to help the Czech economy grows. Also, there is an innovation strategy that, as I said before, is a special strategy concentrating in innovation and development centers. It should provide different services for matchmaking with firms and science sphere. For example, it's a quite new idea, also called Industry 4.0. It's a new generation of industry, and our goal is to get in touch firms with scientists and to create that cooperation to create new products, new innovative products that we can present not only in the Czech Republic, but through all over the world. So it's a very important strategy, and we are very proud of it. There are some key documents from the European Commission. Some of them I have mentioned already in the beginning of my presentation. Maybe you know something about this. It's a Small Business Act. The European Commission was quite in hurry with this act. It was a reaction on economic crisis in 2008, and it was an advisory document for all member states how to link their national strategies and European strategy to help SMEs in this crisis situation. So main goals of this Small Business Act is access to finance, go SMEs international, promote international skills, promote business skills, and there is about 98 measures that are included in the Small Business Act. Some of them should take from the European Union, and some of them are addressed to the member states. The next step of European Commission was the revision of Small Business Act. There were some new measures. For example, one of them very much discussed, it was to reduce the cost for set up the new business, maximum up to 100 euro to set up the new company means. So we have done, we are proud of it. And the next one was Entrepreneurship Action Plan. It's like in continuous of those activities. This action plan mostly focus on special groups of entrepreneurs, like women, like students, and seniors, and migrants. And this document advises us how to help those groups to start their own business, how to link, for example, successful entrepreneurs with those groups together, and to share best practices and to create special programs, especially for those groups. How can they get finance assistance and different types of help in this case. There is a small introduction of main agencies that are involved in helping SMEs. As you can see, umbrella body is Ministry of Industry and Trade. And under our ministry, there's few agencies that are involved in helping SMEs. Czech Invest, Czech Trade, Czech Moravian Guarantee and Development Bank, Czech Export Bank, and Export Guarantee Banks. All those banks have regional offices, so it's not only in Prague, in the main city, but every entrepreneur who wants to get information about this can go to the foreign offices about Czech Invest and Czech Trade, or regional offices, and they will get all the information they need about financial instruments they can use, about structural funds, and about different types of support they can get from those institutions. All of them were set up in 1992 or later. And there is a structure of SME funding from different ways. You can get, if you are an entrepreneur, you can get money from EU budget through European Union structural funds, or from the national budget, or from different types of international cooperation, such as Czech and Swiss program cooperation, especially for startups and innovative companies. So you can apply and get your help through those types of programs, and I will talk about this in next slides also. Few words about Czech Invest. It's a really nice agency. We do like it very much because it helps not only for SMEs, but the main role of Czech Invest is to present Czech Republic abroad and find and attract new business partners, new investors to come into Czech Republic. So they are presenting Czech Republic abroad, they're presenting our advantages of our country, business environment, special conditions for those investments who provides them with new jobs and new opportunities and start up new businesses in the Czech Republic. And the second part of Czech Invest, they are dealing with structural funds, and they are acting as an intermediary body between the European Union and small and medium-sized enterprises who are applying for those programs, and they provide them all the services, all information, and taking care about the process of applying for which program that you need. The next one, very famous, is Czech Trade Agency. The main role of Czech Trade Agency is to help Czech firms to go abroad, to present themselves. There's also a special program when Czech Trade, together with Czech entrepreneurs, can participate in different competitions and trades outside the Czech Republic, somewhere abroad. For example, it's very famous now, they're going to China and present all together Czech Republic with firms where they can make new contacts and where they can find new opportunities to cooperate with somebody. And also, if you're coming to a foreign officer to Czech Trade in some foreign country outside the Czech Republic, you can get information about Czech firms that you want to cooperate, some kind of matchmaking through together. Czech Innovation Moravian Guarantee Development Bank is the only one bank in the Czech Republic who provides special loans and special programs for SMEs. So if you need money for your business, you can come here and you'll get advice. They have special conditions for small and medium-sized enterprises. Mostly they're trying to help us through guarantee systems, especially. Because if a small or medium-sized entrepreneur will come to a classic commercial bank, it's quite complicated to explain that your new business or your project will be very successful. That's why our guarantee bank provides guarantees of those loans, and you can start your business with no problem. Czech Export Bank is helping our entrepreneurs and also for small, medium-sized enterprises to go abroad and to ensure their investments abroad. It's also a quite interesting bank because they have a lot of services, risk guarantees and insurance companies which are cooperating all together. So all those banks are linked together and provide information about those clients and helping and trying to find the best solution for each entrepreneur in those cases. This is export guarantee and insurance program. How does it work? For example, if Czech entrepreneur or Czech small business entrepreneur wants to go abroad, because it's quite risky to go abroad because you don't know how does it work. It is a foreign country, and what can do a gap for those entrepreneurs to find really good partner bank abroad and to provide all the services necessary to complete their business. From all this circle, from exporter to the bank which should pay for the export. Our focus through the operational programs on different types. As I said in the beginning of my presentation, so our new challenge is innovation, research, development, and energy efficiency. So how can we help our SMEs to become innovative, to start their new business and create new jobs? So as I said, it's infrastructure, different types of programs of support, is access to finance through those banks like Czech Moravian and Guarantee Development Bank, and services that we provide through Czech Trade, like coaching and advisory. And main framework programs is operational program for innovation and competitiveness in cooperation with the European Union, of course. And there's a lot of national programs financed from the government budget that we can provide to our businesses. As I mentioned, the main priorities or main priority axis of operational program for innovation and competitiveness is development and research, and promoting entrepreneurship, energy, and of course ICT sector, which is very important and very renewable. There are some examples of Czech programs that we are providing for our small and medium-sized enterprises. I'll tell you something more about Czech ecosystem. So it's a program designed to promote or improve investor red lines and put investor and venture capital all together. It's quite an interesting program, and it's very popular in the Czech Republic, and very small, medium-sized are using it very often. What is also very interesting is Czech Accelerator. This program was designed especially for startup companies. The main idea is if you are a new company, you were set up not more than 5 years from your registration, then you can apply to be a part of this program. The main idea of this program is to get in touch with different types of scientists or other partners from abroad. For example, you can go to Silicon Valley and get your project into this incubator and get new contacts. You can share your experience. And when we are coming back, we have a lot of firms that participate in this program, and now they give different prizes, or they're participants of different international competitions. InnoStart, as I said before, it's a national program which is our good friends with Switzerland, Swiss-Czech Cooperation Fund, also specially designed for startup companies to get financial help to start their own business or to help them grow or create new ideas. Seed fund. Seed fund is also a very interesting topic. Unfortunately, it's under preparation, also almost 2 years, and we are still on the same place. But we are doing our best to provide our SMEs with this opportunity to get money from this type of financial help. So we are trying to create a Czech National Venture Seed Capital Fund. And this fund will invest in the most interesting and innovative companies. They become a part of this company. And after a few years of successful cooperation, they will just sell their share, and the firm will continue in their own. So we are expecting that seed and venture capital will be prepared by the end of the next year. So we hope. Innovation program. Innovation program, it seems, program was designed especially for innovative firms. So this process is almost the same. If you have a firm and you want to be innovative, you have a great project, you can come, for example, to Czech Invest to get their advice. How can you apply for this program? And then you can start with your project and get your financing or advisory help also. Outputs, it's new products, especially in high tech, and more efficient processes and competitiveness. Operational program potential is also designed for R&D and research and cooperation of researchers and investors to get together and create new products with the science all together and create a new output from their cooperation. For creation of new jobs, there was designed another one program called development. It means that our companies are trying to go globalized, and they need to get new opportunities like a new machinery. They want to grow. That's why you can buy for those money different types of machineries or buildings or anyone you need to start or make your business grow and to create more jobs, for sure. Guarantee. It's also a national program which can provide services when you are trying to get your loan. They provide with guarantees, systems, and with those conditions. And last but not least is loans for Can you hear me? Not again. So my presentation is almost in the end. There's a list of few programs on energy efficiency. So you can read something about it. But as I said before, in the end of my presentation, you will see different links that you can get more information about each program, because it's not enough space to talk about those programs a lot. Export. As I said before, in cooperation with the Czech Trade Agency and in cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we are trying to help our SMEs go abroad. It means that if you have a firm and you want to present yourself outside in different conferences or trademarks, you can go and ask for the marketing help. So it means we can pay for your transportation, we can pay for your place in this exhibition center, so you can get some kind of subsidy to your representation outside. It means that it's an opportunity for you to get new contacts, to get new clients, and to present yourself outside of the Czech Republic. Doesn't matter if it's European Union or it's such countries such as, for example, Georgia or China. It's a big inhibition center in China we have last time. It's a very interesting program. This is information resources where you can find all those documents and strategies that I mentioned before in the beginning of my presentation. And there's links to all those banks and Czech agencies. So thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, so the floor is yours. Yes, please. I can hear you properly. If you can come close. I would say that nowadays we can count about 30% of startups and innovative companies. It's not that much um, because of promotion of entrepreneurial spirit. It's quite complicated. To and it's also related to the entrepreneurship education in high schools, for example. So the main idea of our government is not only to provide those services that already exist, but also to push our young and very intelligent students to create their own business and thinking like entrepreneurs and to start up their own business with those innovative ideas. So now we are working hard on it and trying to promote how much is it possible nowadays. And what about the growth? I would say that in comparison with previous years, this pathogens percentage is quite high than years before. So it's like a 2-3% per year, let's say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Lenova. Now I want to give floor to Mr. Zoltán Cherry, representing Hungarian National Trade House. He will share his experience on innovation and startup opportunities in Hungary.
It's nice. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm an innovation project manager from the Hungarian National Trading House from Hungary. And first of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for inviting us here today. I personally believe that innovation is one of the most important issues nowadays. So I'm personally humbled to be surrounded here by such a distinguished people like politicians, entrepreneurs, and students who are the members of our coming generations. So my name is Cséry Zoltán, and I hope that today I can show you some of our numerous ideas how these groups can collaborate and communicate with each other to help to flourish and to evolve their ecosystem. So, first of all, I would like to ask that, let's see, what am I going to talk about today? As you see, my presentation is divided into 4 main parts. The first part, I'm going to ask the question, what are the main benefits of the innovation? And I'm going to tell you a few words about Hungary's innovation potential. In the second part, I'm going to identify the 5 key elements of the innovation and how the government can help to improve these elements. And this leads us one of our really important and really successful best practice from the Hungarian National Trading House, the InnoTrade program, which is a program for the Hungarian startuppers. And in the fourth part, I'm going to summarize the experiences that we've made so far, and I'm going to tell you some words about the opportunities and the threats, not just locally, not just in the V4 region, but also globally. So before my presentation, allow me to do a short outlook to Hungary. On the right side, you can see the GDP growth from 2012. You can see our latest unemployment rate, and I can proudly say that from our 27 years of independence, we joined to the European Union, and we are the member of the NATO. We are the member of the World Trade Organization as well. So, what are the main benefits of the innovation in the economy? Imagine you had to tell just one thing, what the main benefit of the innovation. What would be your first thought? Because I think it could be hard to highlight just one thing, because innovation covers every field of the economy. So I brought you 4 benefits. I try to find those which are really important and which are really relevant for Hungary and for Georgia as well. So I think there is no doubt that it accelerates the economy, and it also slows down the immigration, which is a real threat in the V4 region, that our smart students go abroad and some of them just doesn't go back. It can create new jobs, and if the government can find those international trends, and if the government can focusing the real and the important areas, it can easily open new markets. But that's just the theory. Let's see, where are we? Where is Hungary on the European Innovation Scoreboard? As you see, all of the V4 countries are moderate innovators. It's not a tragedy, because the European Innovation Scoreboard provides a comparative analysis of innovation performance in the EU member states. So it assesses the weaknesses and the strengths of every European members and their innovation potential. But we see that from 2008, despite some fluctuations, our points are increased, so we are strengthening. But last year, the government decided that we have to improve our system and we have to strengthen. So we decided to find those 5 areas, those areas which could be very relevant to improve our ecosystem. So the government, with the opinion leaders of our startup ecosystem, started to make a strategy. This is the digital startup strategy, and it identifies 5 areas of the innovative ecosystem. So what are these areas? First of all, the entrepreneurship. We should help not just the young generations, but we should help the elderly people, because their knowledge and their wisdom could help to strengthen our ecosystem. We also have to provide a second chance after the failure instead of stigmatization, because it's very important to find those people who want to be the entrepreneurs, and if they fail once, they can start it again. So this is the first area, and it's strongly attached to the second area, which is the business environment. We have to support the business environment with a good tax policy, with a well-built institutional system, and of course with regulations for the startups. And we have to improve the key competencies. I think there is no doubt that nowadays it's hard to get a job abroad if you don't speak at least one foreign language, or you don't have ICT competencies. So the Hungarian government and the Hungarian innovative ecosystem would like to start to strengthen those key competencies from the elementary school through the secondary school, which are essential nowadays. And the fourth area is the culture of the collaboration. You can see that in Hungary there are universities, there are clusters, and there are accelerator houses. We do joint projects together. So the knowledge, the triangle of the knowledge is ready. The triangle which is among the universities, among the entrepreneurs and among the government, the actors of the government. This leads us to culture of the collaboration. And the fifth part, the fifth area, what I would like to say, which is essential for a good innovative ecosystem, is the funds. Every startup and every innovative companies has stages, has phases. And from the pre-seed phase with the angel investors, we have to find those funds, refundable or non-refundable grants, which can be accessible with them. And this leads us that our main question, that what is the role of the government? What is the main role of the government to help these areas? And I find 5 pillars, and according to my point of view, I believe that the main role of the government is based on these 5 pillars. So we use this on the daily work in the Hungarian National Trading House as well. So first of all, connection with domestic companies. I think it could be a win-win game. It could be a win-win situation because the government has the potential to see the international trends, has the potential, has the resources to focus the areas and to help the domestic companies with information, with resources. And on the other hand, the domestic companies can make recommendations how and where the government should help the small and medium enterprises. And this leads us to the second pillar, the international trends. As I mentioned before, government has the resources, has the potential with their communication partners to go abroad and to see the international trends. For example, nowadays we see that the augmented reality and the virtual reality is growing, so we try to find those Hungarian companies who can be accessible and who can be successful on this area. The third pillar is the areas, what we should focus. For example, nowadays the smart city conceptions, the 3D printing, and of course the Internet of Things are those focusing areas which have a great potential. So the government should monitor and should identify these areas and to communicate it to the actors of the market. And the fourth pillar are the funds. Hungary started to help Hungarian domestic companies to join to the common projects in the Horizon 2020 projects to be more competitive and to be more innovative nowadays. And this leads us to the fifth pillar, which is, I think, the most important pillar, the education. If there is not a good base, if we don't have a good base and we do not have a good educational system with the e-learning, with the long life learning, we couldn't be competitive. So I think government should help to improve the educational system, the IT systems, with resources and with knowledge. But how could we strengthen and how could we accelerate the cooperation? I think the key word is international relations. On the map, you can see some of our relevant and important partners worldwide. We have joint projects with them for each identified problems. We started startup courses in Chicago and in Los Angeles. So I can say that we started to build up a new system, which is a demand-based innovation system. And the uniqueness of this system that we find out what are the core problems of our in our partner countries, and we find out the Hungarian startup, or we find out what is the Hungarian company who can solve this. And of course, it can work in the opposite way. So this is the demand-based innovation model. And this leads us to our program, which is the InnoTrade program. What I mentioned before, that this program is for the Hungarian startuppers. And what is it exactly, why we started it? Because we wanted to help the ecosystem with our connections and with our knowledge. So we invited the opinion leaders of the startup ecosystem, and we asked the question, what should we help? Where could we help to you? And we had a huge debate, and we had common points. And we find out what is the pain point of the Hungarian startup ecosystem, that instead of that they have a great idea with a brilliant team and they do the hard work, they don't have resources for real market validation abroad. Because in the early phases, they have to spend money to the marketing, they have to spend money for the product development, so they don't go abroad to do the real market validation. So the InnoTrade program provides an opportunity for the real market validation. And why is it important, and why is it a bottom-up approach? Because the startuppers can say where they want to go, where are the relevant markets, who are the competitors, and when they fill the form, we can see what are the real markets, and we evaluate the form. And after that, we pay them their accommodation, we pay their entry ticket, and we pay their whole costs. So that is the InnoTrade program, and I think that was the program when the theory became reality. So, and this is my last slide, how we could win this game together, because we reached our final point. I see that right now we have a well-built national institutional system with a great innovation culture, but I see that we need more, especially among the V4 countries and other entities, for example with Georgia, that we have to build up common institutional systems where we can share ideas, where we can help each other, and where we can communicate each other very easily. So, and I think this is my last sentences before I finish my presentation, that we should know that there is no universal recipe for a real innovation and for how to help the innovation. Because we know that sufficient funding is a necessary condition for a successful and for a fruitful ecosystem. But we shouldn't copy everything from abroad. We also have to map our ecosystem, and we should find out how we evolve our own ecosystem. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have to be concentrated. I have to pronounce Przemysław Pachos. Mr. I want to give a floor. Thank you. From Poland.
Good afternoon. My name is Przemysław Pachos. I work for the National Center for Research and Development, which is an agency of Ministry of Science and Higher Education in Poland. And mostly we are responsible for supporting R&D projects which are led by entrepreneurs and academia environments. But my presentation will be mostly focused on the couple projects which we have got in my section, and which based on the public-private cooperation when the logic is to support the ecosystem of the technological startup in Poland. So, a couple words about my organization. As you can see, we are quite young. We are established in 2007, but our budget is quite huge. It's 1.6 billion of US dollars. And our main objective is to support R&D activities in Poland, but also building the bridges between academia and between entrepreneurs. And we are focusing of supporting the commercialization of the R&D activities results. And As you can see in the lower corner of this presentation, there is a portfolio of our beneficiaries. Most of them that's consortia, but consortia including partner from academia and partner from the industry. The second big part is universities, of course, and entrepreneurs. And I would like to tell you a couple experience from this point, because most of our projects are dealing common with academia and entrepreneurs. And as we can imagine, they've got different motivations, different needs, and different approach. And a lot of times we've got a situation that, for example, business partner was highly disappointment because of the activities of academias, that they want to publish the results, they don't think about the market. So we would like to change this approach and give some light, give some knowledge to academia how to deal with the commercialization, to change the objectives for them. And our portfolio of projects is quite big. I will not explain all the programs because it's really a lot of them. Some of them are like this expansion from the finding the brilliant ideas in the academia, support those persons, then in the like Patent Plus project, support the IP, then create a spin-off company, and then go this company global. Others are focused on some sectoral programs, as I think each country should make the SWOT analysis, see in which area there are opportunities and for which parts of our industry economy we should strongly support. And for example, in Poland, we are quite sure that we can be successful in 3 basic areas. It's medicine devices, it's drugs, then it's materials, and aerospace technologies. Okay, when we speak about the public-private instruments which we've got in the NCRT, we have to make first reflection that we are civil servants and we don't know which project is correct or which is not correct. We don't have this knowledge. All we've got is some tools to support the system of innovation, but as much as we can support this system, as much we can disturb this system. So very important it's to be like very concerned what we are doing, finding the market gaps, finding the market failures, and try to fill them up, but not disturb the whole ecosystem. So our approach is to not take the part in the business part of our programs. We have to, of course, have a look what is going on, if the investigation is among our mandate, but we don't want to interrupt certain decisions. That's why we're looking for the business partners who are bringing to our cooperation 2 things. First of all, it's money. When we bind the public money with the private money, we can be much more certain about the success. Secondly, we are bringing the knowledge, unique knowledge that highly experienced manager bring to our programs from the market. And that's the key for our success, which we called smart money. Sorry. And I will just very briefly tell you about the 3 basic programs that we've got in our portfolio. First is a Bridge Mentor, which is dedicated for the academia teams which are dealing with highly good projects, but they are lack of the knowledge how to make commercialization of them. Second program, it's a Bridge Alpha, in which we are going to establish, of course, now we are after the pilot program, and we are like in the couple days before setting up another seed fund. So it's a chain of the seed funds that are very actively looking for the projects in academia environment, but also in the private companies and on the market, to give this very early hit of first money, just to validate the project, be sure that that will be enough good to achieve second round of investigation. And the third program is a Bridge VC, in which we try to establish quite sustainable ecosystem of the VC funds and encourage the foreign investors and encourage the foreign specialists, foreign GPs to just have a step in Poland and try to move on this business. When we look at the life cycle of the project, at the beginning we've got this very early pre-seed stage, and this is a moment where the bridge mentor is dedicated. Secondly, it's bridge alpha, when you've got this proof of principle and proof of concept phase. It is the very deep of the value, and the necessity for the capital is relatively high, but the risk is totally high. And then we've got other stages of expansion of the company, which we would like to cover by our VC funds. So, for example, for this bridge mentor, we take in cooperation with two private experience companies. First is PwC, which is quite known for everyone. Secondly, it's Life Science Business Consulting. And those managers from those companies, they were like obligated to go into portfolio of our projects, which were made just by the public institution, and support them to commercialization. And please imagine that from the portfolio of 150 projects that were under this program, those which are finished by commercialization is just 7 and 12. So we can imagine now how far away from the idea of the commercialization are our environment of the scientific, of the academia. This process is like divided for the 3 stages, when it's like first recognizing the proper projects that could be successful, then it's deliver proper coaching and mentoring knowledge, and at the end it's like actively searching for the investor and finalization of the transaction. What is the program which we are the most proud? It's a Bridge Alpha. When we look at the ecosystem of the startups, what's the most luck? It's this moment from idea going to the market, even not going to the market, it's this first very early step when we have to establish the company. We need money for the very early validation of our project. And that's the idea, to support seed funds, which are established by specialists, very experienced specialists, that will be actively looking for the founders, for the ideas in the academia, and make this first validation of the project. What is important, this first validation of project is free for the person who has idea. Secondly, on the second step, there is an equity shot to the company. But first is just to make the place where the people with idea can come, ask for the support, ask if my project is correct, what I should upgrade it, in which area I should focus to get to the market. And this is like description of the POP and POPC phase, but what's important is that the first step is in the seed funds, and second step is the equity stake. I will not like go deeply into the details of those definitions, but I will show you the logic of the function of our seed funds. Basically, it's like partnership between us, like a public entity, and between private investors and private managers. So, because this kind of intervention touched the very early stage, when the risk is huge, we deliver as a public institution 80% of the capitalization of each fund. And what it's worth to underline, our money, it's dotation, it's a grant. It's not returnable. At the beginning, we were thinking like, maybe as a public institution which are investing, maybe we should take some money back from this investigation. But then we realized that in this kind of projects, that should be grants. When we granting the projects which are on the very later stage, when they can easily find the money in the bank, that should be like public intervention by using loan. But on the very early stage projects, and with the very R&D strong component, we realized after our experience that that should be a dotation. So we've got NCRD and the investor. Investor commit 20% of the capitalization of the fund, and instead of this money, investor taking an equity position in the spin-off company that will be created by our seed funds. And what is also necessary to this kind of tools achieve the success is to simplify the rules. As much we put administrative obligation on the management team, they will spend less time for active work. So, for example, this budget is divided for two parts. One part, it's an administrative budget. It's a budget that the team of the seed funds use for searching the project, develop the projects for their own expenses, but all those costs are the typical flat rate. So they don't have to accrue any account documents. They don't have to recognize if the certain cost it's high, not high. They just use the market strategy and utilize those money. And second budget is the investment budget. When the seed funds finally decide that certain idea it's quite enough good to invest in it, then it's create a spin-off company that's get 80% dotation from NCRD and 20% of the equity investigation from the private investors. So that's the basic idea how those seed funds function. And I also would like to underline that this support from the spin-off company, this basic spin-off company that is created by the seed funds, is up to 3 million Polish zloty. 1 zloty is around 4 zlotys is around €1. And in last year, we finished a pilot program of this Bridge Alpha seed fund, and we create 10 seed funds that were operate for just 1 year. And during this 1 year, all of those 10 funds, they made 47 investment in the spin-offs company. Most of them were created from the ideas that were found in academia. Sometimes it also were already existing companies which just achieved the support from the seed funds. But what is very hopeful is that amount of the investigation, and what is very important now in Poland, we can see something which I call fashion for the startup. Everyone would like to be startup, everyone call himself a startup, but what's real the startup? For me, the startup is this company which got really strong innovation based on the R&D activities or results from R&D activities. So those 47 spin-off company that we create, they're really startup, they're really technological startups. We support these startups amount of over 10 million euro, but also we have to remember that our funds, they are not just looking for the investigation, but they've got also the mission of bringing knowledge to people. So they start by their own initiatives, the accelerators from the academia people, from the professors. So it's also about like giving a knowledge. And now we are, because this program was a pilot, and now by using the European budget money, we are gonna finish in 1 month the process of choosing another 25 this kind of seed funds. And I hope that this kind of seed funds, they will like produce enough proper pipeline for the VC funds that we're gonna establish in other program. So, about the VC. Now, wherever we go, everyone has an ambition to be another Silicon Valley. But to be honest, Silicon Valley is just one. But what we can do is just look for this startup business, which is global, make SWOT analysis for our market, and find this element which we could be the best. So, for example, when we look at the Polish potential, we for sure got quite good IT guys. We for sure got good labs. For sure, we've got quite huge potential in the clinic researches, for example. So it's very important to not copy the Silicon Valley, not copy the Israel. It's totally different circumstances, but just find their own way to be. For example, when we speak about the Poland, we would like to be the hub in the Central East Europe, but also specialize in some branches that we see that could be successful. But anyway, we see the market failures in Poland, that there is a lot of money from the European budget, which stream of this money is directly go to the companies which are already huge, which are which are not SMEs, which is going to not risky investigation. That's quite obvious that the civil servants that choose the investigation that are not risky because it's their responsibility. They're asking what do you achieve by spending your money? Not it was reasonable or not reasonable, but is it success or not success? But in the startup world, in the SMEs world, the failure is something normal, so which we have to get used to, but it's not also every time obvious to people who are in the university, who are in the public sector. So anyway, we would like to encourage VC funds to step into Poland. We would like to, of course, testing the mechanisms that will give us experience how to spend public money, but they then take this money back. The money which will be returnable and which could be like used and utilized a lot of times. That's why we, in 2013 and 2014, started a pilot program when we established 2 VC funds. And what are our conditions? First of all, we are deliver 50% of the capitalization of this kind of fund, and other 50% should came from the private sources. Secondly, when we think about the waterfall, the process of disinvestation, we're saying it's not our objective to earn money on this. What we'd like is to make this business go on. So we decided that first money which come from the fund covered the investigation of the private investor. Then money from the fund cover our investigation, and then we have a split on the profit. And split of the profit is mostly like 20% for us, 80% for the private investors, because we have to still remember what we are going to do. Just make this business, not earn on this business. And this is an example of our one of our funds. It is around 40 million euros. It started to operational in last year. Until first year, they put the elevation on over 100 projects. They invest in the 4 projects. There is like also describing of how we invest in the process. Of course, like there are KPIs and there are certain phases of the project. But what is very interesting about this fund is that in this case we launch and we test the idea of Polish Nexus. As I mentioned before, that the startup system is global and you also have to think global. We adopt this approach. For example, once when we've been in the Silicon Valley, I've seen the startup. The startup was established by 3 Polish students that were registrating in USA, that achieved the investment from the Japanese VC funds and development of the product. They launched in Romania, and target group was in Arabia. So my question is, what the nationality is of this company? It's multinationality. That's why we decided that we're going to launch the idea of Polish Nexus. Polish Nexus means that we are not forcing our VC funds to invest in the companies that are registered in Poland. Sometimes the VC have got this exit strategy that the best is doing the IPO in the USA. It's the biggest money. But when you register the company in Poland, at the beginning, you are serving to yourself the problems with the law, with this IPO process on the end. So we are saying, okay, it's no problem, please. Register your company in Delaware, for example, which is the most common for the VCs. But in the same time, in the investment decision, you will devote yourself that all very highly activities like R&D, which are benefit our economy, will take in Poland. So we are okay if you register your company in USA, but all the engineer equipment or the engineer forcing, please, all those activities lead in Poland. And this is the fund for these four portfolio companies. 2 of them that are registered in USA, and 2 of them are registered in Poland. And I hope that this approach will also survive other changing of the government. Okay, I mentioned that we do not take equity position in our companies. Usually it's not very friendly to have the equity position in the company by a government entity. It's for the other rounds to attract the investors. It's better to be just step out. We are observing the investment committee. We do not raise our hands to say no or say yes. We just look at if the decision is among the strategy, and if it's not, we can put this issue on the advisory board, which is like the external body where there are experts, and we come and decide if the decision is among strategy or not among strategy. But we're not choosing the projects anyway. Okay, and this is about the Polish Nexus, which I already mentioned. And that was our pilot program. We established 2 VCs. Now we've got 225 million euro from European Union budget, and we're going to launch the Bridge VC, which will be implemented by Fund of Funds. And we'd like to select the commercial operator, which is highly experienced in managing Fund of Funds dedicated for the R&D activities. And this Fund of Funds manager, in the standard due diligence market process, will choose around 3-5 different GPs that's going to establish VC funds, and those management teams of VC funds, they will of course have to raise another 50% of the capitalization of each VC and invested them in the companies with strong R&D element that's got this Polish Nexus element. And of course we as NCBR will be as an observer in the investment committees. And after like those investitions, we are waiting for develop of those companies from the happy exit, and we hope also that. But what's the most important for us? To bring by this program to Poland some recognized trademarks from the VC world business. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all presenters. I just want to announce the lunch break. Please, coffee break, I'm sorry. Coffee break and until 10 past 1. 20 minutes break. please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, the second session, we would like to talk about the startup ecosystem and technology transfer issues. So, Mr. Attila Zigeti, I'm sorry, from Hungary will have his presentation.
Thank you.
Can you accommodate there?
Your home is Georgia, and my home is Hungary. Both are beautiful countries, but when it comes to startups, it's not exactly like Silicon Valley. And some people, some young people think that they have to go away to different places to build their businesses. But I believe that we can do better. I believe that even from our homes, we can build a lot of startups that have the potential to grow big. And I will tell you the story of how we are doing this. A few years ago, I was still working for large international companies, and I really loved it. It gave me structure, it gave me security, it gave me a nice salary. But after a while, I realized that this is not the dream life I want for myself. So I quit, and I started to build my first startup idea without any prior knowledge. It was called Rate My Speech, and it was a lovely idea, a solution with which we wanted to help people to develop their public speaking skills. And we had a lot of great mentors. We participated in the Startup Sauna Accelerator from Finland, where a lot of excellent coaches tried to teach us how to build a business. And we did everything by the book. We used the lean startup methodology. We went to different potential customers asking for their advice and their money. But in the end, after almost 1 year of hard work, we had to acknowledge that we failed. That our startup idea was one of those usual startup ideas that fail. We ran out of money. Our team didn't have all the competencies that we needed to build a good product and a good business. And we just got tired. But there were a few good moments. For example, we won a startup pitch competition organized by the National Innovation Office. And that was very nice, because after the startup failed, we had the opportunity to go to Silicon Valley for 2 weeks to learn and get inspired to see how they are doing it, what we can learn from them. And that was very inspirational. When I came back, I said that, hey, I'm ready to build my next business. But even in Silicon Valley, I saw the same problems. Entrepreneurs have to spend a lot of time, too much time, looking for those first few tens of thousands of dollars that enable them to build a product and not to starve in the process. They have to spend too much time looking for all the team members that they need, and it's very hard for them to find the product market fit that they would need to sell their product. When I came back, I met with an entrepreneur, with an already successful entrepreneur called Thomas, who had, for example, an agency called Drucka. It was a simple web development and online marketing agency. And Thomas said that, hey, I have this company, I have the resources in the company, but I'm sick and tired of only doing agency work. So how could we take all these resources that we gathered in this company and use it to build startups, to make a difference, to build some more value? And first, we didn't know how to. but we said that we both have ideas, innovative ideas that we can develop into companies. Druka has the money, and Thomas is willing to risk all that money to do something good. And we have a team. We have a full team of 18 people in Druka. And with this 18 team, we can come up with ideas, we can build those ideas, and we can sell those ideas. We just had to figure out how. And this is when we discovered that there is such thing that is called a startup studio. Apparently, 20 years ago, an entrepreneur in Los Angeles started to build a company called Idea Lab, and within this company, they built additional companies, not only products, but companies for those products. And within 20 years, they built more than 130 companies, and they had successful exits from half of those companies. And then some more studios started, for example, Rocket Internet in Berlin, which is now a multi-billion-dollar business. And we saw that the number of these studios is increasing. And we said that, hey, if those people can do this, then we can do this from Hungary. So we turned Druka into what's called a startup studio. And we started to experiment. That was like 1 year ago, 13 months ago. 13 months ago, we started to experiment with ideas. We gave those ideas to our development team to build the prototypes around them. And when the prototypes were ready, we were looking for those entrepreneur friends who already had some experience in failure, and said that, hey, we have companies, we have money, we have a team, we need leaders. Do you want to join us and take charge of these startup initiatives? And some of them said yes. And along the road, we had some failed ideas. After a few months, we discovered that it was not a good idea. And we shut them down. And the best part was that we didn't have to send away anybody. Nobody had to leave the team, because we could just reassign them to a new idea. Now we have like 8, 9 startups that are already or still in experimental stage. Some of them are just starting. But from the 18 that we started, we already have 5 that could attract outside investors. There was a program called Jeremy. It was a mix of public and private equity. And 4 our first companies received investment from these Jeremy funds. So actually that was a very nice, very pleasant surprise for us that a government program, a government investment program can work so well for us. But now our 5th company that just received a seed investment 2 weeks ago, it's now completely from private funds. And this all could happen because the startup studio model gives you a very simple recipe. You have a team, at least 15, 18 people, and you use them as a shared resource. And you are starting to build many startups, many products at the same time. And for each idea, you dedicate a leader who is in charge of that startup. And your core team, your developers, your marketing guys, your lawyers, your accountants, they split their time depending on which startup needs what kind of work. And when one of these ideas works, you create a new company, you put all the intellectual property into that company, and you involve seed capital, and you let the leader of that new company build his dedicated team. And you retain your core team within your startup studio and start to build something else. When you do this, you will end up with an organization that's a safe and cost-efficient environment for experimentation. You have a safety net, so when you join a startup studio as an employee or as an entrepreneur in residence, You don't have to worry about starving because most likely you will get a base salary and you will have equity option from those startups. You can build quickly, so even if you have an idea and 2 weeks later you discover that's a bad idea, that's no problem. You can just move to the next one. And with time, you will build very strong relations with outside investors, not as individual startups, but on a studio level. So they will trust you. And when you go back to them for the second, third, fourth time, and you say that, hey, do you remember that first company that you invested in? We have now a new one. This is even better. You can trust us to give you money. It makes the whole process much quicker. So you can iterate quicker, and with this, your whole team will gain experiences in a much faster way. You are creating your own critical mass. But there are 3 main challenges, at least. The creation of a studio is very expensive. We calculated that we need at least 12 to 15 people to start operating on an efficient level. And you need to pay all those people. Now, when you have only your private money, then that's expensive. You need people who are between employees and entrepreneurs. Because you need people who can work on their own, who are self-motivated. You need also people who can shift their focus between the different startup projects. And as leaders, as entrepreneurs, you need people who can take an idea from the startup studio management and who can internalize it. Because basically, you are hiring them as a professional management. And of course, you have to figure out what the focus of your startup studio will be. Last year, in Hungary, with Druka, we started to specialize on sharing economy, like Uber and Airbnb-like solutions, because that was easy for us. Now we are starting to build virtual reality-based startups because that's a huge technology trend. Next year, we are already preparing to launch a financial technology batch, and maybe a little energy. Depends on what kind of partners we can get from large multinational companies or large domestic companies. And once you sorted out the cash and the equity, how you will split the startup equity with your team, you only need to hire those few people to start. And our goals with Druka are quite high. We want to build at least 15 startups every year, and we want at least half of those startups to reach a stage where they get outside investment, which means that they already have users, revenue, growth. We see a huge potential in cooperating with large companies. Just imagine that you take the money and the market access of a large company and you mix it together with the agility and the speed of a startup studio. They give you money for your studio so you can build a lot of startups that they will own, so they will have a return on their capital. Now, this sounds simple, but actually it's a very sensitive and delicate matter to build up and operate a studio. So we did a lot of research, and this year we are putting it into a book called the Startup Studio Playbook, because we want to enable entrepreneurs all around the world to experiment with this new business model. And at startupstudioplaybook.com, you can get a free summary or sample of how this model works and what are the additional international examples. I hope that you see the potential in the startup studio model to build a lot of inspiring and innovative startups in a cost-efficient way. And if you have questions, then either send me an email to attila.szigeti@druka.com or please ask your questions now. Thank you.
are not any questions, maybe we could move to another presenter, which is Mr. Maciej Sadowski from Poland. He will talk about the technology transfer at Polish universities and research institutions.
Thank you very much, Anna. I understand I have 20 minutes. Yes? And probably I should change the presentation from the very good presentation of Attila. I'm first of all very much flattered that you are having us as Poland and me personally as one of the front soldier of our innovation in Poland to Tbilisi, to Georgia. Today in front of you I wear 3 hats, I believe. The first hat, which I feel the biggest, let's say, identity with, is Foundation Startup Hub Poland, which is a non-profit organization based in Warsaw, 5 years old, which is not super old, but still with some first experiences in the field of technology transfer in Poland. The main mission of Startup Hub Poland is to strengthen the gravity of innovative, or if you prefer, R&D sector in Central Eastern Europe, around hubs like Warsaw, like Poland, but in a very, very strong cooperation with other partners in Visegrad Group, but also outside of Visegrad Group, like Baltic states, or Ukraine, or Balkan states. Countries like Georgia, in our opinion, is also a vivid element of this puzzle. We need to present something, and maybe here I will a little bit follow on after Przemek, my Polish colleague, presentation, when he said that Silicon Valley is one of the kind, and we should not really try to emulate it again here in Central Eastern Europe. But what we can do, and probably it's like the main goal of my presentation in front of you today, is to create something like a spider web with beautiful cities, with the hubs of innovation that together has gravity, let's say, stronger than Nordic countries, or stronger than Mediterranean area, or even stronger than one day maybe stronger than East Coast in US, or maybe one day quite later stronger than Silicon Valley. So it's impossible to create something like Silicon Valley in Poland solely, but it is possible to make a new version of this kind of entity in Central Eastern Europe together if we combine our forces and create this gravity. So this is what Startup Hub Poland does. We are looking for very brilliant engineers, talents all over the Central Eastern Europe. We also have very good relations with Polish, Ukrainian, Czech diaspora outside of Europe. We try to win them back and say, guys, you are the leaders, you know the tricks, you know how to increase the value of young enterprise. So come back to Central Eastern Europe, teach us how to do this, do it with us, use our money, use our infrastructure, and then we can proliferate the projects all over not only Central Eastern Europe, but also the world. This is the idea. The second hat I have is also a social hat. I help a little bit our ecosystem in pushing our administration, especially the President of Poland, to enforce reforms among startup ecosystem. I work in a little council around our President, who is more and more open to get closer to startups, to engineers, to technology parks, and all of the units or entities I will present today on my presentation. The third hat, it's also important to mention, I run a little seed incubator subsidized by National Center for Research and Development. It is called Start Venture at Poland, and it works, the main mission of it is to produce a tasty, energetic pipeline for bigger players in Poland. My only claim when I meet with German or Czech or French investors is, if you invest in Polish startup, you are very welcome, but please remember, we would love to have the R&D center, the operational center in Poland, like Israel did in Israel in 90s with the Yozma project. Invest as much money as you like, take the equity, earn your return on investment, but please let our engineers work in Poland. We have lots of incentives for those engineers, so you will be benefit more to leave them in Central Eastern Europe than to take them to US. Because this is something that people call sometimes brain drain. We want to stop it a little bit and create this gravity here in Poland. So there is one trivial remark from the beginning, and the slide will be visible only for a few seconds because you all know that the ecosystem is super complex, super complicated. There are different kinds of actors in every ecosystem. Probably if you want to have a decent one, active one, the one that produces the biggest number of good startups, you have to pay equal attention to every part of this map. So technical universities, of course, they are the producers of a good pipeline, but also they are producers of engineers who can go for $100 to Silicon, or maybe not Silicon Valley, it's more expensive, but to London City or to Berlin, and start their business outside of Central Eastern Europe. You have technology transfer centers. I will explain what is the role of this kind of entities. Special purpose vehicles at universities, also very important player in our market. Of course, innovation brokers, seed funds, accelerators, incubators. I will give 1 minute to every of these entities. Whoa, not this way, this way. For the beginning, for some digestive, before I actually start, I would like to give you some kind of numbers about the situation of Poland. If you read them, you might be either satisfied, impressed that we have lots of talents, lots of good ideas, lots of patents, but on the other hand you might say, guys, it's 10 times smaller than Germany. We are not afraid of this comparison. It does not, deactivates us. On the contrary, such a partner and neighbor as Germany really raises our hunger, our ambitions, and we want to systematically increase the number of talents, patent pendings, and technologies input to the market in next years. And I think we are going quite well. I will also show you numbers in a second. I will not say too much about National Center for Research and Development because you had possibility to listen Przemek Paczo's presentation, and also we both are available later, so if any instrument interests you very much, he's the expert, I am the observer. These two perspectives can give you some interesting understanding of how National Center in Poland for Research and Development works. I just want to add one thing that Przemek did not mention too much. These are the smart instruments for different branches of, for different industries. For example, the Game In, which is for gaming industry. Probably you've heard that the most, let's say, successful startup in recent years in Poland is CD Projekt Red, the developer of Witcher, the Witcher 3, the computer game. I call it startup because it's strictly based over very original R&D and very original intellectual property. It grows exponentially, it is scalable, so it has all three conditions to be called startup. Even my friends from JP Morgan says that this is the startup, not a big industry player, although the evaluation is already, it's a unicorn already. It's $1 billion USD evaluation. It rises like 2 months ago or something, 1 month ago. So skipping National Center and Research and Development from the reason I just mentioned, I would like to go to 4 most important actors of our R&D or high-tech scene. The first one are technology transfer centers. In the slide you have all of the information, important information. I will not repeat them. You will be very much welcome to download later if Anna will be so kind to proliferate it, and you will have all of the numbers and information. Reducing it to one sentence, what is the technology transfer center? You may call it like an incubator at universities. You go there is a special officer or few officers, they are usually very cool, they wear jumpers, they are, you know, IT or high-tech freaks, and you ask them, hey, I have a probably interesting concept, can you help me organize it somehow? And they will make some calls to other engineers, to some professor to help you evaluate the concept. They will give you very often the not dormitory, but like a place to work, like a co-working place. They will give you some little grants. They will give you some software for free, some licenses. So it's like a very early stage incubator. Let's meet with other engineers. Let's try to create this mindset of entrepreneurship. And then we will introduce you to seed capital funds, to real incubators, to venture capital funds. We have 45 entities like this in Poland. The first one was created in Wrocław, if I'm not mistaken. This is the oldest active technology transfer center in Poland. The other player on our technology or invention market are special purpose vehicles of universities. And they are very different from the previous guys from the technology centers. These are usually limited liable companies that are able to take equity position in startups. So a little bit later, when the concept is quite okay and founders and the university would like to go to the market, attract some investment, find some first alpha clients and expand, they usually go to these guys, and they help them in financing, and they help them with networking to big players who can invest more. And also, if you can read over here, there was an NCBR program called SpinTech that heavily subsidized this kind of this group of units, and they are quite active right now in Poland. My personal experiences, I made 3 startups with special purpose vehicles. On the beginning, it's hard. They are scientists. We are investors or entrepreneurs or startup leaders. So the language is a little bit different. On the beginning, they said, okay, if the invention comes from our university, we should have at least 50%. And I said, for me, you should have 100 together with founders. But the reality is, no investor will invest in a project that is so heavily, let's say, overwhelmed by university. You have to be humble, you have to keep little percentage, 5, 10, 15, it depends on the real input, the real apport that you gave to the startup. But you should rather let the project go. One story from Florida, it's not a startup in a way, we can discuss it if it's a startup or not, but for sure it's a formula protected by American law. You know, it's not an advertisement, but I need this to make an example. You remember Gatorade, a drink for tennis players or for sports active people? Gatorade was created by these kind of guys in US, special purpose vehicles at State University of Florida. I know the president of this university, and she says that 80% of her annual budget is from licenses from selling Gatorades. And usually when I go to our deans or rectors or officials of our universities, I use this example. I say, guys, please accept little equity. Let the investor and founders play the essential role. The founders, and then investors play the most important role. And then if the startup succeeded, you will be very rich and satisfied anyway. You will have success story, you will have some kind of benchmark for other startuppers, for younger innovators, and you will have money as well. And by the way, I have to tell you this because we are sharing experiences. Usually Polish academias are not interested in this money that comes from exit or from selling licenses. They are interested in fulfilling ministerial checklist, like how many startups did? 18, oh, strong university. How many pending patents? 4,000, oh, very strong university. But slowly and slowly I see more and more younger people in this kind of units who understand that it's really about very big business, and universities might one day be very satisfied with the revenue or exit they will receive after such ventures. Innovation brokers, very shortly. Imagine me, I'm not an innovation broker selected by the Ministry of Science in Poland, but there are but you can very well picture it by looking at me. They are people from academia, they are people with very good network who are looking for startups across different academias and take them to investors. If they have a success, if one investor finds one startup and invests, the broker has some bonus or some so they are like scouts. Let's call them public funded scouts to get two galaxies closer to each other. What I mean by galaxies? Academias on one hand and investors on the other hand. The industry parks. We have quite a good infrastructure in Poland. This kind of player usually delivers one important value. The place with high-tech, 5 stars infrastructure for our engineers to develop their concepts or MVPs or prototypes. It's important because if you are a young Steve Jobs coding or creating a first Mac in your garage with Wozniak, you may do it without the technology park. But if you are a nano engineer, if you are a biochemist or a high temperature physicist, you badly need these guys. And thanks to public funding and European Union funding, usually you can arrange that your startup can make use of these facilities for free or for some very, very little money. These centers, the technology parks, are also a place where you meet lots of good people, investors, brokers, scouts, administration officers. So it's also in every city, apart from Warsaw, apart from my city, that doesn't have any of technological park, but it's legit. We don't need it, I think. As a Warsawer, I can say it. The ecosystem in Warsaw is so interesting right now that we don't need some extra gravity attractors, gravity points. But every city, big city in Poland has one, or at least one technology park. Incubators. Maybe the important information for you, this is made over my own research. Usually it's from 50K up to 100K per project, little equity. You know the model of incubator. They are usually also partly public, partly private entities, but already I encounter a few totally private projects. And also the mission of the National Center of Research and Development will be fulfilled when this institution will not be needed anymore, when we will have only private entities. But like in Israel or like in Silicon Valley, it all started in Silicon in 60s, in Israel in 90s, with massive public aid. So probably it's the best way for Central Eastern European countries, counting Georgia in, to first of all accelerate the whole market with public aid and then slowly give the floor to private colleagues, to private partners. I'm making a list of all venture capital funds and all venture capital transactions in Poland. It's a very interesting research. It takes a long time, but probably in another 3 months we will have new funds with new budgets, and the number of VC funds and seed funds counting together in Poland will exceed 100. So it's 110 if I'm not mistaken. Active funds, so funds that you can actually go tomorrow and ask for a ticket, attract them with your idea, there are 50 of them. There are 2 commercialization models, and really this is a very detailed substance, so I will rather let you read it carefully after you will come back to your offices or homes and read the presentation. But the important thing is we have basically 2 kinds of commercialization models. I mean from the legal perspective. The one is, I am an inventor, I'm from, let's say, Kraków Technological Academia or Technological University. I go to the special purpose vehicle, these guys, and I say, I have an idea, I think it's good, it's legit, some investors are looking forward to invest in my project, can you please help me? And they say, okay, we have to first of all make the inventory of all the IP rights that you have produced till this moment. We need to evaluate how much does it count for the investor, and we will produce a startup. In this model of commercialization, the university or the university special purpose vehicle will have some shares in the project. In the other model, which is, from my perspective, it's going to have a huge success in Poland. You just let the inventor go freely, go autonomously from the university. You say, guys, we were here not to take shares, but we were here to develop your beautiful mind, to help you rise the skill set important for a young engineer. Right now you are free. You don't owe us anything. You just go and make your startup and make Poland and Central Eastern Europe famous one day. And so the other model is that you just let the engineer go without any equity. You make a special protocol that the university acknowledges the fact of creating new startup, but it's a startup, not a spin-off. It's a startup. And I know also a few startups like this where universities just said, désintéressement and good luck. No shares on board. And this is the example of HyproMine, the project heavily based on intellectual property created in Polish technology ecosystem. They are producing or creating a special recipes how to make feed for animal, like for example fish or chicken, from insects. And they want to scale up with the licenses of making this kind of feed to every kind of industry. Because right now, if Polish agriculture manager wants to feed his or her chicken, they need to import very expensive feed from Chile, from South America. And they said it's very natural. Actually, the nature invented this startup, not scientists. We should feed our chicken with insects. This is the normal chain of ecosystem and evolution. And if we can produce a good food for them, good feed in Poland, then we have a brilliant startup. And the startup has been recently, in 3 months ago, has been invested by Uber, by the co-sharing company from Silicon Valley that has nothing to do with agri-tech, but they say, guys, this is moon-shooting project, we want to invest in it because it presents the new fields of imagination and it's a good project looking at the sheets of budgets. Thank you very much for your attention. I had only 20 minutes, but of course the story is far longer. I am here till the end of the day, looking forward to forge some new friendships with you and try to explain you better Polish model and also learn more about your models. If I can leave one thought after this presentation is that without each other we are really small and really insignificant. No big venture capital management board will come here to invest. But if we create a gravity of few countries bind stronger together, we will have Sequoia, we will have Intel venture capital fund, we'll have Microsoft Ventures, Google Ventures, and every important player well acknowledged on the world. So let's try together to build this ecosystem, because otherwise we don't count too much and we will just be a good examples of the local players, and our appetite and our ambition as a region is surely greater. So thank you very much and looking forward to
Thank you, Mr. Sadowski. I'm sure that you're remembering all your questions, so you will ask them during our last session, during the podium discussion session. Now I want to give a floor to the representative of Slovakia, Mr. Peter Kolisar.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to applaud the V4 embassies and the Georgian Innovation and Technology Agency that they put this wonderful event together. I am a a big fan of our regional cooperation, and I could not have said it better than Maciej just said it about the importance of our cooperation in innovation and startup support. This topic is very close to my heart, and it's important that the V4 countries work together. I was involved in my previous capacity when I was working in the States, and exactly encouraging the V4 cooperation in startups and innovation in Silicon Valley and also the East Coast of America. So let's just go quickly to the structure of the presentation. First, I'll introduce what our company does, introduce myself a little bit. Then we'll look at what's influencing growth of startups in Central Europe. And this actually is the longest sentence in the presentation, so don't worry. And the third one, I will look at the keys that I believe are important for the success of companies in our region. So what does innoLogy do? Our activity is basically divided into three main pillars. It's R&D infrastructure, business innovation, and policy consultancy. In R&D infrastructure, we work with universities, research institutes. We try to identify their excellent research with high potential for commercialization. We also help them get funding from EU funds, either Horizon 2020 or structural funds. In the second pillar, business innovation, we work both with startups and medium-sized companies from the very beginning, designing a business plan until global expansion. We help them with IP, with getting financing. We also help connect research institutions, universities with the private sector, design R&D projects for them, and help them get, again, funding for these projects. And the policy work that we do, we help governments on different levels, from local to regional to national governments, design innovation policies, design startup support schemes in various fields, including the creative industry. And Startup Awards at the very bottom, that's our free time activity. We organize the largest startup event in Slovakia. It's actually now one of the largest national startup competitions in Europe, this time taking place on December 2nd in Bratislava. innoLogy is not investing in company, so we're not a VC fund, but we spun off a VC fund, which is called innoLogy Ventures. We're a shareholder in the fund. innoLogy Ventures, it's a 25 million euro fund, and it administers money under the Jeremy scheme that Attila was briefly mentioned. It also administers money from 40 private investors, so it really is a public-private partnership. The fund is divided into two funds. One smaller fund, the Slovak Innovation Fund, about 7 million euros, invests into very early stage companies up to 200K. And the Entrepreneurs Fund invests into what we call growth companies that already have revenues, and it's more or less a Series A stage of startups, up to 1.5 in exceptional circumstances, 3 million euros. But this is done by the fund, by their investment managers. All right, so what are the factors that I believe are influencing growth of companies in Central Europe? I will outline four, as everything seems to be coming in fours today. Obviously, this is by no means an exhaustive list of the factors. I highlighted four that I believe are important to mention in this venue and with this audience, and I think it can open floor for discussion when we sit down. The first one, obviously, in this event is regional cooperation. When I was in the United States, I was working for the Slovak embassy in DC, and 2 years ago, together with our V4 partners, we launched a Central European Forum for Digital Economy in New York City that was attended by our presidents, but more importantly, by startups and scale-ups from Central Europe. And based on that, we launched a platform called We4 Startups. It's kind of a play with words in Silicon Valley. And the idea was to highlight the region in the valley and the shift from competition to cooperation and collaboration, which I think should be critical to everything we do as V4. It really makes sense for the V4 to work together in markets like the US, which is the most important market for most startups. There are three reasons why we should work together. The first one is we have the same interests in terms of growing our companies. I mean, there is no competition when we bring our excellent companies in the States. The motivations and interests are the same. The second, we can attract much more attention when we are together. I have seen events that were organized by individual countries in the valley, and they attracted tens of people, very difficult in the competition that there is in Silicon Valley, very difficult to attract attention. When we work together, we're a 65 million people market. We're the 4th largest EU exporter as V4. We're actually the 15th largest economy in the world, and that was visible, and we could really sense it in the valley when we organized together an event. We had a room full of investors and entrepreneurs. The question is, what do we do next? Do we just organize events, or do we have something more sustainable, more long-term? And I believe it really makes sense to create not only a virtual platform, but also physical representations. And I think the first one should be in Silicon Valley, kind of a Visegrad house that would house our companies trying to make it in the US. There is a great model that we could look at and we could emulate, and that's the Nordic Innovation House in Palo Alto in Silicon Valley. That's a kind of an addition to individual national representations, individual help of national governments, and the Nordic model really works. So I think we should focus on that, and these events should serve us as a platform for discussion, and based on this, we should really act and create something more sustainable, more long-term. The second factor, and it has been prominently mentioned by almost all speakers, and that's the role of the government. Almost all Central and Eastern European startup ecosystems were established and grew from bottom up, based on enthusiasm of individual entrepreneurs, startups. All the icons of our tech industries were established without any support of the government. Having said that, I still believe, and actually most of the presentation really demonstrated that there is room for government intervention and government help and support. So I believe it can help, but also there is a big risk that it can disrupt the ecosystem. So we have to be very careful. Now, what are the principal elements of government support? If you look at it, it should, I believe, not compete with the private sector, but rather it should initiate and spur more investment from the private sector. When we look at Israel, and I put Startup Nation there, which Israel is notoriously famous for, every dollar invested by the government in startups in Israel generated $6 from private investments. And I think this is the most important logic that we should be following when doing any government intervention in startups. It should always be a partnership of the private sector and the government. I even believe that government initiatives should be led by entrepreneurs or former entrepreneurs. This is the ideal stage. Just like in Israel, just like in Tech City, UK, a very successful series of initiatives. So obviously there is a role of the government in education, R&D, in investment, as we said, as was previously mentioned, but also expansion of startups. I believe the government, through embassies, through trade agencies, innovation agencies, can really help startups expand to new markets. I'm a strong believer of that partnership when expanding to new markets. The third one, very important factor, is a cooperation between startups and corporates. We have, I believe it's a win-win situation. What corporates can find in startups is talent, innovation. They can test their new technologies with very little risk and costs. And what startups can find in corporates is money, access to distribution and sales channels, know-how of the market, and there's no better source for that know-how than corporations. Really, in the past several years in the EU, we've seen a lot of activity by the corporates. 1/3 of all the accelerators in the US are either run or supported by one way or another by corporations. And actually half of EU's 100 largest companies have some venture investment activity. But there is huge room for growth in Europe, and even bigger room for growth in Central Europe. One factor that kind of complicates the corporate startup cooperation in Central Europe is the fact that foreign corporations have operations in our region, and the big decisions are made in headquarters, not in local companies. And local country managers most of the time have very little power to influence what's done on the corporate level, or they are very risk averse, so they don't want to risk their position by driving an innovation initiative or by coming up with ideas for work with startups. So I believe there is certainly room for a lot of growth. There are obviously very good initiatives by corporates in the regions, but I believe we should work on that. The fourth and last factor that influences the growth of startups in the region, and by no means it's the last one in general, it's the last one in my presentation, and it's financing. Obviously, financing is critical for the growth of any company. VC, venture capital financing, is more or less a local business. By local, I don't mean that VC funds tend to invest in VC funds from Silicon Valley only invest in Silicon Valley companies, or Japanese funds invest in Japanese companies. But by and large, the startup needs to have some kind of presence where the fund is. So the interaction between fund managers and startup is fairly intense face to face. And more importantly, market knowledge is very important for the venture capital fund. And that is, when I say local, I mean local in the kind of a regional sense. So there are many VC funds in Central Europe that invest really in Central Europe. So they do cross-border deals. There are Austrian funds that invest in Polish companies, and Czech funds that invest in Slovak companies. That's very common. Also, an important thing to say is that there is quite a lot of capital in V4. Certainly in Slovakia, in the Czech Republic, but I think it's the same in Poland and Hungary. If somebody has a good idea, good team, and some traction or a plan, it's fairly easy to get financing in the region, at least in the very early stage, so angel, seed, or Series A financing. It's more difficult for scale-ups. I think this is the problem in Europe in general compared to America, that for a startup wanting to raise 3+ or 5+ million euros, it's very difficult. So many people say that the funding escalator in Europe is broken. in Central Europe, we feel it, and I think this is one of the barriers for startups to really grow, the insufficient later stage capital. Funds in Central Europe are relatively small compared to US funds. I mean, typical US fund or an average US fund is anywhere around $120 million. Average European fund is 60 million euros, and average Central European fund, maybe with the exception of Poland, is about 30 million euros. So, and that has several implications. One is that co-investment in Central Europe is extremely common. So for bigger deals, funds tend to co-invest together. Credo Ventures, for instance, that's a Prague-based fund. I think 7 out of 8 of their past deals were co-investment with other funds. The second implication is that, and based on the co-investment, is that cooperation is desirable, and the relations are among funds in Central Europe are more or less very good and very constructive, as opposed to say other places where competition between funds is extremely strong. And based on the good relations and based on the fact that cooperation is very desirable, we are organizing the first ever Founder Summit in Central Europe, which is, we're bringing together one of the 3 largest funds in Central Europe from Prague, Vienna, and Bratislava, putting them into one room, their advisory boards, their portfolio companies, so they can talk about their best practices, about their failures, successes, investment strategies. And that's usually not done. I mean, funds tend to have their own advisory board meetings and tend to keep the know-how for themselves. But I think this is a very good sign that we were able to put the funds together and talk business together. And this is organized on December 1st, one day before Startup Awards. Okay, so what are 4 major keys to success? Everybody in Silicon Valley talks about major keys to success. So what I believe are an important factors driving growth for the future. The first one is, as Maciej said at the very end, a very well-formulated thought, is to highlight CEE region as a hub, as an innovation hub. It makes sense to work together, to present us together. It makes sense for potential investors, for potential partners, as well as for corporates trying to work with our startups, with the pipeline of startups that we have in the region. The second one, kind of very intuitive, but we don't do it sufficiently, is to celebrate our entrepreneurs. I mean, you know, take success stories from each country, be it AVG in Czech Republic, Prezi in Hungary, ESET in Slovakia, or Ivona in Poland. Make them celebrities, make them icons of the industry, and I think it's important to make them role models for young entrepreneurs, because in many of our countries, doing business and businessmen, just several years ago, being a businessman had a kind of a negative connotation. Entrepreneurship and being an entrepreneur is a nicer word, and I think we should really celebrate and motivate young entrepreneurs. The third one is diaspora. I think this is one of the single biggest assets that our countries have abroad, is people from our countries doing great things abroad. I saw it in the US. We had investors, entrepreneurs, managers, scientists doing world-class research or doing global business. And those people want to be connected to Central Europe. They either want to return or they want to be somehow connected. They want to help companies, help scientists. And I think we should really use that, all of our countries. And I think that same is applicable for Georgia. They can help companies immensely, and I don't think their return should be necessarily the goal. I think we use the term brain circulation. We should use their brain to help our economies, and that's very or relatively easy. We should just think about it constantly. And the fourth one, also intuitive, smart policies. We should try to put all the innovative companies in our countries, companies that have something to do with digital part of the economy, and lobby the government to introduce smart policy that would support innovation, entrepreneurship, and creation of new business. Just 2 years ago, we created such lobbying agency called SAPI, which is the Slovak Alliance for Internet Economy, and that's exactly what we do. We try to be a partner for the government when there is a legislation being passed that affects startups, affects innovative or tech companies, and we are a partner for them when they are thinking and preparing such legislation. And I think if we do that across the countries in Central Europe, we can all benefit from that. And instead of a thank you slide, and I do thank you for your attention, I would like to invite you for Startup Awards on December 2nd in Bratislava. It's not only an award ceremony, it's not only a competition, it's also a tech conference. We will have some of the icons of entrepreneurship from abroad. We will have Uri Levin, which is the founder of Waze, icon of the Israeli startup scene, coming to Bratislava. Also Esther Dyson, one of the most influential women in American business, talking at the conference during Startup Awards. So we would love to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kolesar. Now I would like to invite the last presenter of this panel, Mr. Gergely Posormeny from Hungary, and he will tell us what are those 5 pillars for the perfect startup ecosystem.
Humanity experienced industrial revolutions before, but none of them was so big and so huge that we have today. The difference is the word exponential. Industrial revolution today is exponential because it's not only revolutionizing one single industry or industries step by step, but parallelly, actually all of us. Industrial revolutions before eliminated industries and jobs, also created a few. The steam engine revolutionized an industry and then step by step a few others. But the 3D printing is actually revolutionizing all different industries parallelly. So how to ride this wave? This is the question why we try to build up the 5 pillars of the startup, of the perfect startup ecosystem. Because you need an ecosystem if you are a government, if you are a startup, if you are a foundation or a school, you need an ecosystem to solve the question how to ride this wave. A cloud is a very complex phenomenon. Very simple and also very similar to an ecosystem. A Dutch artist creating clouds indoor environment. It's so complicated and so simple at the same time. You need a very precise amount of ingredients, a certain temperature, no wind at all, and no people in the room at all to have this cloud. You need a very unique environment, constructed, engineered in a very fine-tuned way to have the perfect environment to have a cloud. It's very similar if you want a perfect startup ecosystem. And it all starts with the word complexity. Political leaders from Budapest to Washington thinking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics as the key word, the buzzword for the perfect startup ecosystem. And they fail. If you see the history of Europe, you see a Renaissance heritage. You see that the most innovative periods of European history were actually complex and colorful by professions. It's very important, and this is the first pillar in my opinion, to have a diverse knowledge background behind your industrial revolution. If you have only coders, if you have only engineers, if you cooperate with only the mathematician schools and coder schools, then you don't have the critical amount of different skills, of complementary skills you need to grow up your companies. If you think the example of Renaissance Florence, if you see the example of New York or Hong Kong, you see not only good schools for engineering, but also good design schools, applied art schools as well. Still, political leaders in the Western Hemisphere more or less putting the emphasis only in coding. Don't believe them. Don't do the same mistake that we do in Hungary or in the United States. You need humanities, you need liberal arts as well. The most successful Hungarian startup called Prezi is actually established by an engineer, an architect, a media artist, and a manager. Exactly because the new creative industries phenomena is about complexity and diversity. The second is about where to start. Is it enough to have high quality university programs to have a good shaped startup ecosystem? It's not enough. Starting with college, it's simply not enough. You have to start with the elementary school. Exactly because what the earlier presentation told you, that exactly because the heritage of the word entrepreneur is somehow affected by some negative terms in the region, you need to start socialize the entrepreneurial way in a very, very early stage. And it's not only about technical skills. It's not mainly about technical information, technical skills and alternatives for the children. It's about basic attitude, the double-sided attitude of contest and cooperation. With the educational pilot programs in Hungary, we try to do some early stage skill set development for the children who has only started their elementary school training. Organizing them small groups, letting them working together on the principles of design thinking and building up solutions for very simple daily problems and challenges. The third pillar is about the policy thing. So we always think about and always talk about tax cuts or tax reliefs for startup enterprises, but probably that's not the most important thing. There is an element in the ecosystem which is even more important, the business angels. Yes, we have to accelerate the entrepreneur, but when we are talking about financial incentives, it's even more effective if we give it to those who are actually the kingmakers, the change makers, the game changers of the ecosystem, and they are the business angels. What made Estonia by far the most important ecosystem, not only in Central Eastern Europe, but also probably in Europe, with the exception of London. It's the strong and diverse network of business angels. It's the fact that the founders of Skype, the first Estonian success story, actually decided not to save their money, not to sit on their money, but to spend their money on even younger, even more talented entrepreneurs, like TransferWise, another huge Estonian success story right now we have. So it's funny because this is the day, today the economic cabinet of the government of Hungary are just deciding about a new tax incentives for business angels. It's kind of a co-investment platform which supports those who decide to support Hungarian talent, local talent operating in Hungary. It's much cheaper budget-wise. It's much closer to the market, and it's much sharper if you support those who are the real risk takers. So first, don't give any tax relief for startups. Give the tax incentives for the business angels. The fourth pillar is the international attitude. Budapest was a successful ecosystem during the Renaissance kingdom of Matthias, and then during the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, because these were very much international ecosystems. King Matthias invited the best and the brightest scientists and humanities majors from Florence and different other northern Italian cities to be our guests in Budapest, to be our guests, educators, masters in those different areas in which we are underdeveloped. At the end of the 19th century, Budapest was the fastest growing city in Europe, second fastest globally, just after Chicago. It was because we could manage to mingle the talent of world-class architects from London, of the highest quality talents from home, also the different ethnic groups of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. It was a so diverse and so colorful ecosystem. Right now, we have only a few examples similar to that globally. What we have to do is something like the Chilean did with the Startup Chile program. How many of you are aware of Startup Chile? Okay, so the Chilean government, only 20 years ago it was kind of a dictatorship. Right now it's one of the most innovative countries in the world because they are aware that building up a strong local ecosystem started inviting the best from abroad. It's not about the traditional industries in which you have to burden your talent, you have to defend your companies from the competition. It's exactly the opposite. You have to invite the better ones to inspire local talent. The Startup Chile program, which is still a cheap solution, financially, it's not a huge thing, is about inviting foreign startups to Santiago on a half-year basis, letting them develop their products and services there, being half Chilean startups for a while, and then asking them to inspire and give back their knowledge to the local ecosystem. It's that simple. It's cheap and that's simple. And the number of Chilean startups are actually on the rise because the evangelism about entrepreneurship is much stronger and higher. A few years ago, we started a new festival in Budapest. It's not a startup event, it's a festival on the future. It's more general, it's more unique, called Brain Bar Budapest, which is exactly about to invite the most important opinion leaders and influencers from different aspects of the future to Budapest and mingle them with the local crowd. Also from January next year, we will open up design terminals, my organization's accelerator program for foreign startups, inviting at least 30 talented teams per semester, per half year to Budapest. The value proposition is the quality of life in these cities, in Tbilisi or in Budapest, in Bratislava or in Prague or Warsaw. We have a certain quality of life, which is good. The second is the value of money. So even if you are an Israeli startup, you can spend your money on better coders, on better PR people, sometimes on better services than in other parts of the world. And thirdly, if you have a good accelerator, which is good enough to connect with, which is good enough to use for your next international round, then these three things are enough to make your city a hotspot, a launchpad, not only for your local people, but also for the rest. And finally, the fifth pillar. The fifth pillar is about managing expectations. It's always a big issue what to expect from the startup ecosystem, from the government side, from the political side. And this very event is actually organized by governmental entities. So it's very timely. And when ministers, state secretaries, governmental experts asking us about what to expect, we always tell them not expect GDP growth or tax revenue, the traditional things they expect from any economic policy. From startups, you can expect an absolutely different thing, quality jobs, the jobs of the future. Those things with which you can keep your talent, your best and brightest people at home. Even if the company behind them are actually a Delaware entity or a Silicon Valley entity. Yes, it's possible that part of their company will pay its taxes in the US or Singapore or Hong Kong. Still, the employees of these startups, the employees of this company will spend their money on your homeland in your city. They will go to theater, to cinema, to restaurants at home. Also, they will spread the word about your city and your homeland if you serve them smartly and wisely. Managing expectations towards the decision makers is also an important part of the pillar. And don't expect the same thing you expect from a multinational company. Ladies and gentlemen, in our opinion, this is the 5 pillars of the perfect startup ecosystem. And it means that it can be applied anywhere in the world. And yes, there is only one Silicon Valley, but you can have your unique launchpad by applying these things anywhere, anytime. Thank you so much for your attendance.
I just want to ask Mr. Sadowski now to be a moderator of the last panel, where we have the possibility to ask our experts interested questions. And I will ask our experts to take a place there, just in 1 minute to prepare everything. So the experts, I'll remind you the names of the experts: Maciej Sadowski, the moderator; Elina Lunova, Peter Kolisar, Georgi Bosormeni, and Paxos, Mr. Paxos. Thank you.
To come back to you with our distinguished guests who already take part in the discussion or presentations concerning issues that were most important for them. And right now we have another occasion, different one, to look and sum up experiences, challenges among experts from 4 countries around these problems together. I understand we have 35 minutes for this round. Let's make it a real round, so you are also invited as experts and participants to this discussion. I think we should very much open it for all of us. We also have limited time to know each other better, so please don't hesitate to raise any question. I will, as a moderator, let you go on. And guys, just if I may sit next to you and start with you, Elina. Today, of course, it's our job, it's a nice job of ours to say good words about our ecosystem, explain how it works, what are the biggest advantages, what works for the best in our countries. But let's reverse the optics and ask, and let me ask you, in Czech Republic, what were the necessary failures among your ecosystem, like instruments that didn't work, or approaches, or doctrines that were unsatisfactory for you? And what have you learned from it? Have you supplemented them already with some new ideas, new engineering of producing good innovation in Czech Republic?
Maciej, thank you for invitation to this discussion. So what do I say about this? First of all, we've got great experience from the previous programming period about structural funds. So we have find some mistakes, and there's a new programming period where we can find big advantages for us to change our programs and to link them with needs of our SMEs. As for different legal documents that I mentioned during my presentation, I would say that they're working nowadays. So they're working, yeah. And there's a lot of national action plans. They should foster different actions that the government is taking regarding the support of SMEs. And actually, those programs are quite okay. Just the one problem that I find, it's information. It's access to information from the side of SMEs. It's quite complicated to invite new entrepreneurs or startup firms to get in touch with public authorities and get more information about programs that we are providing, and get them involved in our activities.
Still having you to the microphone, tell us, do you Czechs often compare your instruments, your structures of increasing innovation in Czech Republic with colleagues from other Visegrad funds, or you prefer, for example, to make use of experiences of France, Germany, or Netherlands, for example, or Sweden?
Actually, from my point of view, because we are attending different working groups in Brussels with the European Commission, so we have opportunity to discuss those problems or our projects with all European countries, and we share our experience, especially during a so-called SME Assembly. It takes place once a year in a presidency countries. So this year it will be in Bratislava in the end of the November. So there's invited a lot of public authorities from all countries, and there is representatives of entrepreneurs and government institutions. They can talk, they can share their experience, and also there is announcement of European Enterprise Promotion Awards. So the most successful businesses will present their projects, and this is a good platform for cooperation.
Thank you for this. Talking about Bratislava, we have Peter on board here, and it was one of your ideas or one of your thoughts that were flowing around your presentation, your very good presentation, that every country is actually very different, and it's sometimes pointless to copy-paste the solutions that worked, for example, in Estonia. It not necessarily means that they may work very well for Slovakia. I have the same question to you. Were there any important mistakes in your engineering of innovation system in Bratislava and generally speaking in Slovakia, and what you have learned from them?
Definitely, there were many mistakes, and they're still being made. So I think it's a continuous project and process that never finishes to set up your innovation and startup ecosystem that can actually work. Two things come to my mind when it comes to mistakes. One is, as I mentioned, that the ecosystem in Slovakia particularly was established and made from bottom up, really based on individual entrepreneurs and enthusiasm of individual entrepreneurs that made it, and then they started to give back as mentors to young community. Now the government came to this with money and basically disrupted the system without taking the established entrepreneurs, mentors as partners. They thought that they from top down they can come with suggestions and policies and kind of instruct the ecosystem how they should work and what kind of money they should be asking. But it doesn't work like that. It should always be a partnership. And I think this was the largest mistake, and kind of the most important illustration of that mistake was a conference that one of the government agencies organized, the SBA, the Slovak Business Agency, organized 2 years ago. They spent 1 million euros to organize a conference, brought Guy Kawasaki from Silicon Valley and other big shots. but the entrepreneurs and the community boycotted the conference because they did not feel ownership. They did, in many of parts of the conference, it didn't make sense how it was structured. So it was all prepared without any consultation. And this is an illustration how it should not be done. From the very beginning, consult what the entrepreneurs want, what the startups need, and only then it can work. Another thing that comes to my mind with connection to Gergely's presentation is managing expectations and kind of a long-term perception of the results. I think that's why it's so difficult to convince politicians of doing something with the ecosystem, because they don't see the result in their electoral cycle. The results will certainly not come in the 4 years that they are in the government, or 2 years when the measures get implemented. So it should be an absolutely across the board and kind of a multi-party consensus that we need to do something about the ecosystem. I think Israel is an excellent example. Despite the partisan politics, there is one consensus that I think there is across the board, and that's the fact that innovation is absolutely critical for the survival of the state and of the country, and also, for instance, the Office of Chief Scientist. This is probably the single most important institution when it comes to innovation in Israel. And there's a consensus that you don't change the chief scientist when the government changes. The current chief scientist, Avi Hasson, was there for the past 7 years. He is an extremely successful entrepreneur that made several exits, an investor, and now is leading the agency for the 7th year. He's stepping down. But there is a consensus, and I think this consensus is missing in Slovakia, probably in other countries as well, and also the expectations. Don't expect the results in the short run.
It's very honest remark. Thank you for this, Peter, because there is a tale that the worst situation you have, the better outcome you will produce. Israel is surrounded but not too much friendly neighbors, small country, a little bit deserted. They had literally no other option than export innovation and forge a bridge between, let's say, Tel Aviv and Nasdaq. Now I want to ask Przemek about our Polish set of mistakes and projects that haven't went that well and what we have learned from it. Of course, it's the most important thing. Those failures and successes of Poland are most important for me. I know them quite well, but since we meet in beautiful Tbilisi with new colleagues, we also would like to learn what were the path of mistakes in Poland that led Poland to the biggest venture capital market right now in Central Eastern Europe.
Well, the list is quite long, but make long story short. First of all, when we think about the public support for the VCs, the huge mistake was that I was, by the way, mentioning it, that the civil servants interrupt the committee decisions. Like civil servants, they were afraid to let the VC guys just do their job. That was first mistake. Second mistake was for sure for the process of selecting the management teams. I know that most of the resource to support R&D comes from the European Union budget. There are quite strong regulations. There are pointed a lot of different procedures. But still, when you're choosing those kind of experts, you need sometimes put this discretional approach, that you not just point certain amounts of points and blindly choose them. But what's my reflection? That now in Poland we are flawed by the stream of money from European budget. And it's quite good. We've got jobs. We can use this support to develop our startup ecosystem. But the most question for me is, what will be when this stream evaporate? And really soon we're gonna hit this problem in next 5, maybe 7 years. And that will be the answer for your question. Do we take this occasion and establish sustainable ecosystem that after withdrawal public money will be still ongoing, or we just lose our occasion and we spend it and not establish the ecosystem? And that's the biggest question for me, and that will be our huge mistake if we not establish the certain loans, certain market that will be just turnover without us. In the break, I've got very nice conversation with Georgian representative, and he mentioned about the Israel, that the gross domestic product, between 5 and 6% of the gross domestic product in Israel is spent on R&D. And in this amount, just 5% came from the public sources. In Poland, we spend almost 2% on R&D of our GDP, but 1.7, I think, it came from the public resources. So the state, the government, it's not this entity, institution, which should support and finance R&D. Just the government should establish certain rules, a clear law, to make the system sustainable and ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomek, very much. I will come back definitely in another round of questions to the topic of how to increase in the structure of R&D financing the position of private partners. But it will be in the second round. We are still in the first question round, and I would like to pass the microphone to Gergely with question. The same question: were there any major fundamental mistakes that is a fuel for your development that helped you better understand your Hungarian path?
Let me raise a common mistake from the administrative side and another one from the entrepreneurial side. So I would emphasize pretty much the same thing. The EU funding thing, the EU funds phenomena is pretty much like a drug, a grant addiction for the ecosystem. It's totally unhealthy. It's abnormal. Don't build your business model on EU funds. That's not entrepreneurship. That's not innovation. If someone in Brussels are deciding your business model who never built an enterprise, that's not healthy. If your consumers and contractors will judge your business model, that is entrepreneurship. So the whole process that you can spend years, even 5 or 10 years in the European financing framework without meeting any consumer and still being successful, that's abnormal. So I can't wait for the disappearance of the EU funds. Very much looking forward to that point. The other side is the entrepreneurial thing. So Hungary is too big. We are a little country. After the devastation of the last century, it's very common that, crying because the size of the country in Hungary. But we are still too big that the majority of enterprises in Hungary are thinking about the local market as the solution for their problem. And I know Poland has the same problem, and that is the big difference between Estonia and Hungary. That Estonia is small enough that its entrepreneurs are exactly known from the very first moment that they have to go abroad because the market is abroad. It's an attitude thing. It's a mentality thing, and the size of the country is actually an enemy of innovation if it's not small enough. If you have a physical danger, a present danger, that even helps more. So that's why it's not only Israel, it's also Estonia, which bases its innovation model because of the constant fear from a foreign power. And in the Visegrad countries, we are pretty much in peaceful position in the last 20 years. We are big enough that a certain amount of enterprises can live by the local market, and then there is this digital transformation, and we are just, being surprised by the fact that it's not enough. So to put the very facts in your talent that the market is global. It's important that you have your cultural DNA in your enterprise, but the market should be global. That's very important.
I have to say that it's my privilege often to moderate sessions with colleagues from the startup industry, and already after the first round I see that you are very concrete guys, you have lots of experiences, and this panel will be really significant because of your experiences. I fully appreciate what you have said, Georgle, about this European Union fund, and this is actually the source of my second question. Does your countries do your countries have already structured strategy what will happen after 2022? What are your tricks? What are your ideas that might be also very well benchmark for our Georgian friends? How to attract capital to run and spin over the ecosystem in Czech Republic after 2022. You know why 2022? We very often use this shortcut. It's the imaginative moment when the sources from European Union will not play such a significant role in R&D saturation in our countries.
Thank you for your question. Actually, we were discussing with my colleagues future about what will happen when European funds will be closed for those countries, such as Czech Republic and Slovakia and so on. So there is still some national programs, but we should think also innovative, also as a government, because I agree with my colleague that European funds it's not the best idea, because our entrepreneurs they don't thinking about let's say money anymore, and they're not trying to or only money. Yeah, they're just trying to get those subsidies and forget how to get real money, not only from the state budget or European funds, but from their own experience, let's say. We are in a stage of preparation. Next strategy for the next programming period, it will be national strategy, including some projects that we have already done and some innovative. Especially now we are working on Industry 4.0, and we want to keep in our minds that we are industrial country and we need innovation in these areas. So we are trying to attract our entrepreneurs and to promote technical education, not only in high schools, the secondary, but also in for young people, some kind of clubs or some kind of technical education for young people and for children. So we see our future in this kind of activities.
Thanks for this. Although I'm not participating literally in the discussion, you see that I speak quite a lot. I have to say that coming back to my presentation, that these national strategies, we also have our national strategies, they will be very weak if we do not jump up to the level of a regional strategy that will coordinate interest of all our countries in the frame of, in the spectrum of innovation. Coming to you, Peter, the same question, but if I may, a little different dimension. Imagine you will use Slovakian part of European Union sources to create very decent. I've been to Bratislava 3 months ago. I was not surprised, but I was really satisfied with the quality of projects I encountered there. What is your tactic? What is your strategy to keep the best projects, those best 20, 30 projects in Slovakia after the horizon will ends up?
First, I think it's important to distinguish between the types of European Union money. I think they vary greatly. One kind of big chunk of money is European structural funds, which is the money that came to put it simply, from Brussels to our national governments, and they prepared operational programs according to which they distribute the money. But many times, instead of fixing market failure, they deform the market, as Gergely said, and the addiction to EU money has become prevalent. The second very important source of money is money that comes directly from Brussels, like through Horizon 2020. Within Horizon 2020, there are mechanisms to support with some small amounts, starting companies, like the SME instrument, which is up to 50,000 euros, which theoretically can make sense, but I still believe that for an early stage startup, it is too much administrative work that defocuses you completely from the hard work that you should be doing and fundraising from private investors. Now, the third source of money that will not end is money that should support investment, like the money from European Investment Fund. Actually, 30%, 1/3 of all the VC money in Europe comes from public sources. 30%. That's from Europe, not only Central Europe. That's a incredible number when you say it to an American investor or American entrepreneur, even though they also have public money for research, etc., and SBIR program. What I think is important for the future is to create schemes from EIF, if you want to use that money, that again support public-private partnership. So, but only where there's no private money, right? So if there's a gap, say in later stage financing, then design schemes that would support later stage financing, or companies that have problems fundraising, like for instance, R&D or tech-heavy companies that they're very kind of science-based. They need to do R&D for 5 years in order to enter the market. It's very difficult for them to fundraise money in Central Europe or Europe in general. So that's where, for instance, EIF can come, fix the market failure. Another thing that comes to my mind is to support cross-border funds. I think this is what say the Jeremy scheme was focusing on in our region, was solely on national investment. So even Newlogy Ventures, the fund that kind of our daughter fund, in this investment round, they only focus on Slovak companies. But I think it's important to create cross-border funds and invest in a wider region. Now, to answer your question, how to keep those projects in Slovakia, I think it's a combination of factors. I mean, the first one, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, although I'm starting to hate the word ecosystem, but the atmosphere has to be good. I mean, they need to feel like they have the required support system with their partners, with their mentors, with more successful entrepreneurs that can help them grow. And this is what has been happening. The second thing is, if Slovakia will not be too small for them. I think when you want to be a global company, which I think is a definition of a startup that has the potential to scale globally, you need to go abroad. You even need to have operations abroad, and maybe most of your people will be abroad, which is also okay. But I think one critical thing that I mentioned during my presentation was trying to get the talent to work for companies, Slovak companies, talent from abroad, that can either be Slovak diaspora, that we have incredible people there, and we should use them, or doesn't necessarily have to be. They don't have to necessarily be Slovaks. We need to have an immigration policy that's smart and that kind of is tailor-made to attracting people for our startups, because we're starting to feel that. And this may be the single most important risk, if you're asking why the startups would leave, is lack of people. Even though we always say in our region that we have abundance of skilled labor force, in Bratislava, we're definitely in startups starting to feel that we have problems hiring, say, programmers. So people would be the single most important factor.
We are singing in the same band, but I also think that the heavy, tasty, sweet, energetic pipeline of projects, if you want to have a pipeline, you need engineers, is the most essential part. This is all I have devoted my work, and thanks you for this. Przemek, going to you. Also the same question, but still a little bit different dimension. I remember this Polish strategy or this Polish approach that Poland as a big country should attract investment funds, investment capital from outside of Poland. And we were successful taking Zernika from Italy, Giza and Pitango from Israel, and some other smaller funds from Sweden and from Germany. Right now I read 2 times the strategy of Mateusz Morawiecki, Minister of Development in Poland, and I see that right now our Polish perspective is a little bit twisted, it's changing. We want, the strategy says, to rise Polish capital. Let people invest in startups, not in furnitures or in art.
So this problem which we are facing now, with names like the gap of the middle income, that the resources that usually fuel our economy, it's like a cheap labor, it's enough. We like hit the bottom, and now we have to jump over and start to build our economy on really innovations. And first of all, good, Maciek, that you mentioned that, yes, we already attract some very famous VC funds to invest in Poland, invest not just the capital, but also invest the know-how that they've got. And the rules of our cooperation is usually that we want to see some Polish person in those management teams, that this knowledge could stay with our people. But about the investment, the situation of Poland is a little bit different because it's a big country. We've got also a lot of big corporations. We do not have unicorn that grow up from the startup to global company, but we've got quite big companies that partly belong to the country, and what is our government doing is trying to force those companies to support the startups, to looking in the startup entrepreneurs for the ideas from the technology that could be useful. But from my point of view, it's something that we can recommend, but you can't force people to do it. You need to feel that it's needed, that it's your business option to do it. But I want to also touch different issue that you mentioned before about the immigration. Like Poland is the country that got history of the huge immigration. And also we see the potential in it. When you look at the Israel, how this VC ecosystem was built, it was based on the people who were living abroad and then came back to Israel.
Especially post-Soviet republics.
Yes, exactly. So we also have got a lot of Polish citizen or Polish root people all over the world who are working also in the Silicon Valley business, in the startup business. So there's a plan also to encourage them to come back to Poland and finally reverse this process of brain draining. But to do it, there are 3 basic things. First of all, we have to change system of our taxes, encourage to invest in R&D, make it clear. Secondly, all the business rules should be simplified as much as is possible, and we very often look at your example. In Slovakia, they for example, established special company that is dedicated for the startups. So that's the basic things.
Thank you for this. And before I go to Gorgele with the same question, I want you to prepare your questions. Think from the top of your head what interests you most of all, and as I promised, the discussion will be open very soon. So Gergely, exactly the same question. You started this question. You said, I am dreaming about Hungary free from this cheap money, or this money that corrupts us mentally a little bit, because as Elena said, that there are lots of people who are just hunting for grants. They don't want to scale their business, they just want to consume grants. I understand the dream, I share your dream, but how to make the situation comfortable for you after 2022? What is the strategy? It's very important to speak about that here in Tbilisi, because I hope that European Union subsidies are just in front of you, and right now you have to deal with your own resources or external investments.
So it's a general European problem that the heads of VC funds, the major VCs, mainly came from financial services and not from entrepreneurial background. It's not a problem of Hungary, it's a problem of Europe. So the anthropology of the VC environment is very different in the US and in Europe. So what should we do then? We should shift it, we should change it step by step by establishing angel networks, business angel networks fulfilled by former or current successful entrepreneurs, leaders of the first regional unicorns, leaders of the first national entrepreneurial superstars, and let them to frame the new financing framework of the future. So for example, in January we established the Hungarian Business Angel Network with support and knowledge transfer from the Estonian one and the European one. And we invited those guys who were the CEOs and leaders of the first successful startups of the country in the last few years. Among them, Ustream, LogMe, NNG, and those who actually already had an exit and have the right amount of money to be credible and active business angels. And they are the guys who can change this thing. It's not me, it's not any politician, it's them. These were the guys who changed Estonia, these were the guys who made the Silicon Valley as it is right now, and these are the guys who we need to have a reliable knowledge-based ecosystem of funding. That's it.
It was short and substantial, but understandable as well, very much. I'm looking with sympathy towards our audience. I see first question.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, for your time, sharing with your experiences. Thanks. Second, let us fix some axiom. Axiom is, and one question, all of you. Please, here it is, innovators, Hungary always on money, investors who wants to get from their money twice more money, and national interest. Please, where it is cross point from national point of view, because every nation wants to improve their economy via innovations. How these small countries, East European countries, can find that point, what is it beneficial for their nations, using the same innovations? Thanks.
Very legit question, short answers.
So what about Czech Republic? This cross point we can find, first of all, in Czech Invest agency, because they meet all investors, and also they meet all the applicants for new projects, where it can match each other and meet each other. There's a lot of any platforms where you can meet investors and innovators in different cooperation with scientists and investors. There's special conferences and special cooperations just for this purpose.
We have a very rich meetup culture in Budapest, more than 400 meetups per year, only at Design Terminal. We have a business angel network, probably we'll have more from today, because the government just passed this legislation supporting business angels from next year. We also have global events, among them Brain Bar Budapest. We have a program like we mentioned before, called InnoTrade, which is about supporting the global validation rounds of Hungarian startups. And we also have accelerators, probably 4 or 5 accelerators in the country, in the city, and also startup studios like Druka. So I think the platforms are actually there. It's that we are just not enough. The volume of local startups and talent is too low to dream about a Silicon Valley-like ecosystem. That's why it's very important to open up the gates for foreign groups, talented and focused enterprises from abroad. And because the things I mentioned before, because of the quality of life, because the value of money, and because the presence of high quality startup launchpads in the region, I believe that we can attract talent even from countries like Israel or South America or Western Europe. It's possible. I'm actually pretty much bored about the trend that we only talk about how many Hungarians are leaving the country and moving to London. It's so boring. I would like to talk about the trend vice versa. It's how to attract them coming back to Hungary, and also bringing different other talents to our countries. Making the ecosystem international is much more important than we thought before.
Przemysław.
The problem with the places where the VC ecosystem is very developed is that they are quite small. I mean, if you are a VC manager in Silicon Valley, you take a car, have a round trip, and you see all your investigation portfolio. When you are a VC guy in Berlin, you take a bike and do the same. But when we look at the Central East Europe, it's different. You need the cheap airlines. But anyway, I'm quite optimistic in this issue. We have to remember from which position we start, where we are when we are going. And I'm quite optimistic. I know maybe like when we look at the Polish example, we've got a lot of initiatives, a lot of different places to support startups, to find investors. Maciek shows on his presentation a lot of these places. Maybe it's a lack of some common coordination, the interface that could, in one web page, for example, show you all the things that you're looking for. Maybe there is a still lack of cooperation between Visegrad countries. But for sure, like the VC investments, they are looking at our region as something common. If they've got geographic politic, usually it's all our countries together. So I think that we need more time, more work, and more cooperation between us, and we'll be fine.
Peter?
To echo what Gergely said, let's actually celebrate brain drain, because this is creating the skills for our people abroad that they can use when they return. I mean, closeness of our country.
If they return.
If they're right, but this is the challenge. I mean, we need to give them a reason to return, or at least, if not physically return, because I think that's not necessary always to give back in the set, to be part of an advisory board of a company, or to help those companies when they want to expand to the US or wherever else, so they can be connected without physically being in our countries. So closeness of our countries is not an answer to anything. And diversity is also important. So either bring those people, ideally bring people from other countries, and create that diversity, which is extremely important for creative. I want to avoid the ecosystem, creative atmosphere. And to answer your question, and if I understood the question correctly, the question was why the politicians don't feel the urge to pass reforms which support innovation. This is my interpretation. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I think one of the biggest problems is the actually fragmentation of competencies when it comes to innovation. In Slovakia, there are 6 institutions that want to have something to say when it comes to innovation and startups. So everybody wants to do something, but there's no coherent strategy, no single body that would be coordinating those initiatives. When we look at Israel, they have their own problems, of course, when it comes to managing the government. but there is the OC, the Office of Chief Scientist, and this is the central coordinating body. And I think this is what Slovakia needs, and probably other Visegrad countries, to avoid the fragmentation, because this is, I think, the reason of many headaches that we have.
Just one little thing to add. So if we think about the Israeli example that much, it's very important, and also the US example, and the US government money in startups. It's very important that you cannot have serious government interaction with the ecosystem without the involvement of the security and defense industries. So major R&D innovations mainly came from defense and security. The rest of the startup success stories are mainly business model innovations. That's a different story. And I think the mistake that politicians in the CE countries actually doing is that they do not take the startup thing seriously enough to involve this phenomena into the security and defense strategies of the country. That's just one, but I think very important example. If I would be the defense ministry of my country, then I would have a very serious R&D and startup program, because this is the place from which the major innovations came in the last 100 years, in the internet itself. And right now, if you want to study the US innovation ecosystem, DARPA is a key actor. CIA, with its Silicon Valley investment funds and portfolio, is pretty much an important part of the story. And in Central Europe, the leaders are actually thinking that startups are this fancy young stuff doing very trendy stuff, but not that important stuff. That's not true. That's if there is one thing I would like to change, that is it.
Thanks for this. I understood your question a little bit in a different way. But okay, thank you for your correct answer, but please limit your answer to...
Yeah, sure, please, sorry. First of all, let me share my points. I was working in Germany. In Germany, 300 organizations are fishing all innovations. They have picked up me, and they are not allowed me to buy any kind of tech equipment which even better in France or others for building my innovations here. And they are just now making for Germany. All systems are working for Germany. I was also invited in Israel, and they are working, all systems are working for Israel, you see. And this national, that's why they are making their economy very strong. Israel, Japanese, Germans, and Americans also. And now, when I was returned back after 21 years working in France, in Italy, in Germany, and in Belgium, I understand that Georgia must build analogous, but there is also sharing points with innovation. There is no open innovation. It's absolutely absurd. It is innovations which must build a strong economy, a national economy. It's my belief. Maybe I'm mistaken. But here also is when national economy, you are building good, strong innovations, and they are always renovate and improving. This one, it is only like a river. You cannot stop this one, and you must go on this river. And I am just now asking absolutely another question. How to consolidate small countries like Georgia, like your countries, to make some innovations. For example, my innovations was picked by Silicon Valley experts, you see, and I have shown them that 2.1 billion will receive the investors in 1 year. And every year they will receive more and more, this one. And they are seeing this money, that they will return this money, they immediately say, oh, it's okay for us, you see. And I am just now asking, there is a lot of points where we can share, not open, but for your nations, for our nations, there is a point, and find this point. I don't want to prompt you, because you are just now working and sharing only your systems, only your experiences, but there is much better when several countries are clustering and they are using these innovations much better than only for Georgia can use their innovations. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I think it's what you have done here. It's important, and you just invited us to the meta, it's in English, meta discussion about the national reasons and national interest for rising innovation. I don't want to comment right now because it will artificially prolong the discussion, which has limited time and it's over, I believe. But I want to say just from my perspective that please remember every averagely successful startup that operates, it's not unicorn, but gazelle, like a proper working, sufficient business, has to hire graphic designer, lawyer, accountant, or 3 accountants, marketers, managers. So for our economy, for my country, that changed significantly over last 20 years. It's so important that people, you are fed up with the, and you are happy with brain drain because people are going out and they learn. Of course, it's good. From my personal perspective, it would be brilliant to learn something from Stanford or Berkeley colleagues, for sure. But still, I'm happy that startups emerge in this region of world because people in my age, our age, 30, 40 years old, can find their jobs in industry based on intellectual property and high-tech specialized skills. But of course, you have touched a very important point. I believe we are not able to address it during our short panel, but we are staying here, and I think that the lunch will be not only tasty but also full of interesting discussions. So I will gladly pass to Anna, and thank you very much for having us. Please notice that our guests today are young, driven people, and this is the STEAM of Central Eastern Europe, and I'm really happy that our generation today had the stage and the floor.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all our presenters, of course, for their very interesting and useful presentations. And I hope that we can continue our collaboration with your companies. And I would like to thank once more the Visegrad Group for their 25th anniversary of their founding. And hope to see you soon in Georgia. And now I want to invite you to the lunch where you have a surprise there waiting for you. Yeah. And afterwards we'll have the tour at the tech park for our guests, and if Georgian side they are interested to take part in that tour, they are welcome, of course. Thank you so much once more, and see you soon.